Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. It's absolutely a sensational early winter's morning here on the Gold Coast, and it's nice, and I suppose when the sun gets up it'll be nice and sunny, but it's very, very crisp. So I hope wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours that you're having an absolutely sensational day, and that you really are being kind to yourself and sort of, taking a little bit of time out of your busy day to just sort of stop and smell the roses or smell the coffee, or just absorb life in general and be very pleased to be alive and be proud to be part of this amazing time in history that we're all sort of making history together. So this week I want to talk about the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Four of Cups. Now, the Four of Cups is an unusual sort of card because a lot of people look at it and just sort of look at the card and sort of see this gentleman sitting under a tree with his arms folded and sort of say, well, okay, what's this card all about? But it is the card of money fluctuations. It can also be the card of being offered something that you may not want. So I look at it as being a card of contemplation, of sitting there, you're comfortable under the tree in the shade of the tree, and you sort of life's pretty cruisy, and you get offered something and you have to really think about it and think about, is this what you really want? Is this the direction that you want your life to go in? Now, sometimes that can involve money, but a lot of times it doesn't. But the reasons why I bring in money fluctuations at the beginning, because if you're sitting under the tree contemplating your life and sort of looking at things and devising things and working out where things are going, quite often money comes into that. So it can be a time of being deep in thought and reflecting or looking at what your next step is connected to money decisions. And unfortunately, money does make the world go round, and it's something that we all have to sort of work with and think about on a day-to-day basis. And for people that say to me, oh, I don't care about money, that's an absolute lie. We all do, because we all live in a world where money sort of does rule, and we do have to work with it. Whether we like it or not, we do have to work with money. So that takes me on to the next part of the show. And this week we are working with the new moon in Leo. And, I just love new moons. I mean, I think they're probably my favourite moon cycle because of the freshness, the newness, the opportunity, I think, to really sort of start something, to sort of get excited and get motivated and look at something different in our lives. And this week, the new moon in Leo will be August 1, or the 1st of August if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's in Leo, so it's in a fire sign. So it's a time to get sort of up off the chair, to be motivated, to be enthusiastic, to really look at where our lives are going from here and wanting things to sort of move forward. So the new moon in Leo, for those people that follow the show regularly, you'll understand when I talk about working with candle energy, and I'll bring that into the show right now, that when I work with candles, and I do quite often, I like to look at, particularly on a new moon cycle, I like to work with the energy of the new moon starting 2 days before the new moon. So I would have started my new moon energy or my new moon ritual on the 29th or July 29, and I write a little list and I try and put at least 3 things on my list, 3 things I'm hoping to attract into my life. Now, this is not necessarily something that's just going to happen in the next month or the next couple of days. It may be a longer term project. It may be sort of one that's an immediate thing, one that's a midterm thing, and one that's a long-range thing that I'm trying to bring into my life that's new. So I write 2 identical lists. I write 3 things that I'm trying to attract to myself, but I also like to release 3 things at the same time. So if I've got 4 things on my list, I'm writing 4 new things I want to attract, I release 4 things, or sort of say that 4 things are coming to a close so that there's enough room in my life. So I like to work with the new moon in this way, that I look at 2 days on the approach, 3 days of the new moon cycle, and then 2 days of the decline. So when we're working with a candle, these candles have dual wicks in them. I light 1 wick one day and 1 wick the next day. I write out my list, I read it out aloud, then I light the candle, and then I pop the candle underneath on a coaster. But underneath that coaster is where I put my list that I've written that I'm reading out to the universe. So I send that out to the universe and I work with my full moon candle. And obviously, because we're working with the energy of Leo, I would also be working with my fire sign candle. And this is the reasons why I write 2 lists. Now, I like to burn my candles for 15 minutes to 2 hours per day. I do sit with the candle purely for safety reasons. I like to sit there and work with the energy of the candle. And I use that time as my meditation time, where I gaze into the candle and I try and manifest, or just let my mind go blank, or just enjoy the flickering flame of the candle, or candles in this case. And I like to use that time to sort of allow it to be my still time of the day. So again, the 2-week situation, 1 week, 1 day, 1 week the next day, and that way you'll get a much longer burn time. Now, for people that don't necessarily have a big space, you can purchase one of our gift box sets. This week I've made it up with 2 fire sign candles and a new moon candle, but you can choose any of the 28 candles in our range. So these will burn for about 15 hours. You'll get up to about 100 hours out of our extra large candles if you do burning the alternate wick. So these are a great alternative if you've got a small space or you want to take them to the office at work. Again, I like to sit with my candles. And again, the same principle, placing them on a coaster. Never put a candle directly on furniture because they are glass, and the glass does sort of, absorb the atmospheric temperature. So if it's cold like it is here at the moment, you don't want the warmth of the candle burning on the cool glass. It might shatter, and that's one of the reasons why I put them on a coaster. For those of you that don't want to work with a candle but you want to work with the energy of the candle, can I suggest a melt warmer? You can pick them up at your department store, your local supermarket, fairly inexpensive. These are electric ones, and I take 2 teaspoons of the soy wax at the beginning of the cycle and then half a teaspoon a day. Again, same principle, write out your list, read it out aloud as you flick your melt warmer on. And this you can leave safely going all day. You don't have to babysit it. But I still suggest that you need to spend 15 minutes as you're looking at the wax melting, and sort of use that time to really focus on your intent, purpose and direction. It is really important that we do believe what we've put down on our list. It's no point in putting it down and saying, oh, that's that done and dusted. We have to really believe in what we're saying, and we have to believe that we deserve it. And I had a reading earlier this week with a colleague of mine, and she reminded me that we need to make requests from the universe. If we want something in our lives, we need to put in a requisition form, like put a request in and say, okay, I'm going to the supermarket, I request a parking spot. And, if we start with simple little things like that and start to make that second nature, then of course we can up the ante to other more important things that we might require in our lives or we believe that we deserve. But that also goes hand in hand with working with your candles. Just because you've written 3 things on your list or 5 things on your list that you want to draw towards you, you can get into the habit of using this request system on a daily or an hourly basis, as long as you don't become too greedy. So the new moon in Leo is a time of new opportunities, of everything being new, sometimes known as the dark moon. It's a time when we really need to be looking for the freshness, the newness in our life. And when it's in the Leo energy, it's telling us that it's time to get up and perform. It's the time to sort of get out there, strut our stuff, show the world what we're made of. And, we might be looking for, in an indirect way, applause or recognition for some of the things that we've achieved in our lives or the things that we're hoping to achieve. But it's more about, I think, being proud, about being very comfortable in your own skin at who you are, what you're hoping to achieve, and showing the world what you're made of. And, for those fellow Leos, and I'm not a Leo, it's their time to really shine, because the sun's in your sign, the new moon's in your sign. It's that time to go and ask for the pay rise, which would be lovely. But for the rest of us mere mortals that aren't Leos, it's a time when I think we can all shine in our own light too. It's the time when we can really take a little bit more notice of our appearance, looking at whether there's things there that we need to tweak. Is it time that we need to look at a different exercise program or dressing more age appropriately, or is it time to get a new haircut or a new hairstyle, or is it time to revamp the wardrobe? It's a time when we really do want to reward ourselves a little bit. And even if it is only a small item, It makes us feel good in our soul, and it's sort of a way of giving back to ourselves. And I think quite often we forget to give to ourselves. We're too busy giving to everyone else that we forget to give to ourselves. And that's a very important thing that we need to be focusing on, is that we are able to and are allowed to give to ourselves. It's, we need to be able to do that. It's no point in just giving all the time and never receiving, or never asking for anything in return, because then the scales are out of balance. And everything is about things being in imbalance in your life. So this week I'm pleased and excited to talk about our female Leo, as we've been working our way around the zodiac. Astrologically, we've been featuring an actor or an actress every week, and this week we're up to the female section of the Leo part of the chart. This week I'm going to talk about Halle Berry. And it was interesting when I started to do a little bit of research on Halle, and I've watched her in many, many films, and I'm a really big fan of hers. I suppose in some sort of way, because I don't sit there and focus on somebody's race or their colour or their religion or whatever, I just tend to look at people as being people, and I don't take too much notice of the colour of their skin or their heritage. I look at their talent and what they're sharing with the world, that I'd forgotten that she was African American. I just was just so in awe of her amazing energy. And she always seems to be very upbeat, very positive, really sort of a gentle, caring, but a dynamic sort of person at the same time. And as I started to do the research, I started to realise why I was so attracted to her. Here's a very, very attractive woman who spent her early years as a model. She worked her way through many beauty pageants and things like that, raising money for charities and places that she was very passionate about. And yes, she appeared in the Miss World contest. And I mean, that's no mean feat by any stretch of the imagination. Anybody that gets the opportunity to go into a beauty pageant like that and then actually gets picked to go into the Miss World contest, whether they take out the title or not, they have to be stunningly beautiful inside and out to be picked to go into that pageant. And she was in that pageant a few years ago now. But I suppose more importantly than anything, the thing was that really struck me, that I felt that she's such a role model, particularly for young women and more so African American women, is she's the first woman ever in history to win an Academy Award in the African American society. And I think that's a real feather in her cap, but it's also more importantly an inspiration to other young women that anything is achievable. You don't have to look at that there's boundaries or restrictions just because you're slightly different or not perceived to be the same or equal to everybody else, that you don't come from the same playing field, that anybody can achieve anything that they set their mind to. And Halle Berry has so many awards under her belt and so many performances that she's done, on the big screen, in television series. There's too many to mention. But, she's such an amazing actress. She can go from being in a romantic comedy into a very, very serious role and a very dramatic role. And I think that brings out her ability as an actress to be able to own the part and to make us be part of the journey with her, of the message or the character that she's playing, that we're right there with Halle by her side. We're understanding the message, we're understanding the storyline, and that takes a really dedicated actress to be able to do that. So we're going to take our first call up, and it's Jane in Woonsocket, Rhode Island in the USA. Are you there, Jane?
Yes, ma'am.
How can I help you this evening, sweetie? Do you have a question for me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking for my future to know whether the prosperity within my job is going to be a possibility within my future this year.
Okay, Jane. It's very, very interesting as I started to tune into your energy, Jane. I think this year hasn't been what I would call one of the easiest years for you. I think it's been a year where you you get a bit of a go on, and then all of a sudden everything comes to a dead standstill. And then you sort of get everything moving again, and then sort of again we come to another blockage or another standstill again. I want to sort of say to you, this is a year where it was meant to be that way. There's nothing you could have done that would have made it a smoother or an easier journey this year. You just have to work with the energy that's being shared with you. But it's also a time where I think that you've had the opportunity to stop and sort of have a good look at your life and sort of ask yourself questions about whether you're happy with where things are progressing. Are you happy with the friendships, the family environment, where you're living? Are you happy with your job? So you've really been questioning a lot of things right across the board. And that brings me back to your question about your job and whether or not it's going to be financially beneficial for you. I do feel that there's new opportunities coming from this job, and I'm going to say in the form of a promotion or an opportunity there to earn extra money, but I don't feel it's much before September. So we're nearly heading into August, so it's not very long to wait. I do feel that they are pleased with the work that you've been doing, and I just don't feel up until now there's been an opportunity there for them to show you how much they do appreciate what you've been doing. There's been no openings there to offer you a promotion or an opportunity to earn extra money, but it is certainly coming. I did feel, though, with this new promotion, this new opportunity, it will also lead into some extra training or some extra study that they will suggest to you, but they're saying to you it's not mandatory. I'm going to say to you it is. I think you need to take it up, whether it fits in with your lifestyle or not, because it's the next integral part towards where the job will lead you to. If you want to continue to grow and to continue to sort of get promotions in this line of work that you're in, you're going to need to continue to train to sort of upskill yourself to be able to meet those demands. I also want to say to you, Jane, there seems to be some question marks around where you're living. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's got to be a move of residence. It just means that things are changing around where you are. So I don't know whether that means you're just literally changing the furniture around, or whether there's been some changes in the home that you've had to adjust to. To me, it's sort of been, I'm going to say, an uncomfortable energy. I'm going to say that there's been things that have been brought to your attention there, or family issues this year that have needed more attention than what you first thought. And that sort of left you a little bit tired and sort of thinking, oh, when is this ever going to stop? All I want to do is to be able to take a breather and just sort of relax a little bit. Well, I'm going to say again, it's not very far away. So I think you really do need to give yourself a good pat on the back, Jane, because I feel that you have worked hard, and that's a good thing, but I feel that you need to sort of just keep going, sweetie, and be aware that you need to be very careful about what you're putting into your mouth. Make sure that what you're feeding yourself is as nutritious as possible so that we can keep the energy levels up as we rocket towards the end of the year. So I hope that's been of help, Jane.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and I just want to, I want you to understand that you couldn't have done anything differently that would have changed how this year's been for you. If anything, you've handled it with such grace and such dignity. And it's sort of like, and I'm sure there's been days there where you just didn't want to get out of bed. It was just sort of like everything in your body was aching. You felt exhausted and you thought, oh, here we go again. But you kept going and you did it with a smile on your face. And that's a hard thing to do, Jane, when you got to keep going and you sort of think, I can't see an end to this, but you've done it, and you've done it with such style, sweetie.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. But just be aware, darling, next year's going to be a much easier year because you've put all the hard yards in this year, and, we're really going to start to see the rewards coming. So I'll leave it there with you, Jane, but it was lovely to speak with you tonight, sweetie. We're going to go to April in Gibson in Ohio. Are you there, April?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello, sweetie. How can I help you tonight? Do you have a lovely question for me to work with?
Oh, I wanted to know about my finances.
Your finances, yes. Okay, we can certainly talk about finances, April. The first thing that they're showing me or sharing with me, April, is that there's been a number of endings, changes and transformations. And I'm going to say that hasn't just happened in the last month. I think that's been sort of the theme for the last 12 to 18 months, where a lot of doors have closed and we've had to sort of wait for new ones to sort of open up. But during this transition period, I think there's also been some extra strain on finances where we've had to sort of pluck money out of somewhere to to sort of accommodate the things that we've needed extra money for or things that we've had to purchase or whatever. So it has left a little bit of a dent in your budgeting and your financial sort of, bank balance and things like that. And you're sort of wondering whether or not we're ever going to get this back onto an even keel. I do believe we are, and I do believe we're at the end of what I'm going to say is the unexpected extra expenses that you've had to come up with. It's sort of like now we can slowly start to claw our way back to a position where you start to feel comfortable.
Okay.
It's been a particularly expensive year, hasn't it? There's been a few unexpected things that cropped up this year.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's coming to an end now. It's like we can budget now for where we're going. Like there's no extra surprises there of the not so pleasant kind. The surprises that are coming towards you now are good surprises. But I still think out of all of this, April, I feel that you've learned so much about how you spend money and how you delegate money for, not just budgeting, but sort of future planning and things like that, where I don't think you fully understood where your money was going until this year. And it's because it was a little bit tighter that you started to realise, well, hang on a minute, I'm spending a little bit too much in this area. If I do this and streamline that, then that'll give me a little bit of extra money to put over here. And it's sort of like, it's been a good exercise because I think it's taught you to sort of really be conscious of the money that you're going to spend before you spend it. So you're now you're not just doing it like on automatic pilot. You stop and you think about it and say, is this really necessary? Yes, it is, then I'll proceed. If it's not, well, then I can put it off for another week or a month, or no, I don't need it. So this has been some very, very good lessons, setting you up for the coming years, April, in as much as I'm not saying hard years financially, I'm saying giving you the opportunity to make the money that you earn really work for you and sort of get you financially secure much faster. So it's been a learning year, it's been a learning curve, but it's been a very positive year in that way because you've learnt well. You've really gone to the top of the class with it. Is there potentially another job coming up or a change in the job that you're in that would give you the opportunity to earn more money?
Oh, no, I don't have any new jobs coming up. But we bought a commercial building that we were planning on turning into a business, but we had to, there was so much wrong with it and so much came up that it literally just drained us.
Right. Yeah, but I still feel that there's something else coming, even though that wasn't, probably the best decision. Look at what you've learned out of that. Even though it financially drained you, look at what you've gained in knowledge that if you were to go into something else or contemplate going into something else and turning it into another income stream, this time you'd be so much ahead of the game that you'd know what to look for and what questions to ask and what to avoid. I still feel there's another opportunity coming before 6 months is out, connected to another income on top of what's already coming into the family household.
Okay.
And that's good because it's going to sort of really financially set the scene for, we're putting a good foundation down to build upon that so that we can really start to create some wealth here.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's what I need.
Yeah, and that's what you were working towards. And I'm not saying what you did was wrong. And I mean, I think it's one of those things that I like to call karmic. We can go into something, we can do all our homework and everything looks great, but we have to deal with what's put in front of us. And we sort of turn around and think, well, how come I missed that? Or why did I go that way? Why didn't I see or sense some sort of sign that this was wrong? Well, we're not meant to, because it's part of the lesson, or one of the lessons we came here on earth to learn. We have to experience this, and we have to experience it sort of like raw, like with no intuition, no gut feeling, no anything. We go into it, and this is where our greatest learning comes from. And that's what I think this commercial premise was for you and your husband. I think it was one of those karmic learning curves. So you've learnt that now. So now we're going to sort of start to reap some rewards from that experience. We'll recoup the money we've lost on that, potential opportunity in another sort of way. So I do feel the next 12 to 18 months, we've got the opportunity to recoup that plus more back towards you. But you're certainly heading in the right direction financially, April. So just keep going, because things will improve. Oh. And you will get to where you wanted to be. It's just that you're going to take a different road to get there.
Okay.
Okay, so I hope that's helped you, April.
Yeah, that has.
Wonderful. Lovely to speak with you, sweetie. So it's been an interesting Mercury retrograde. Mercury is still retrograde for another few days. He finishes his little retrograde cycle on about August 2. I'm doing the happy dance, let me assure you. It's been a very, very unusual Mercury retrograde this time. I mean, you know, Mercury goes retrograde 3 times a year, and we talk about it 3 times a year on the show, where it's anything from about 2.5 weeks to 3 weeks. This one seems to have been like 3 years, or it's felt like that. But anything that could possibly go wrong on a communication level, whether it's your internet connection or whether it's your telephone or your cell phone or any of those wonderful gadgets that we use on a day-to-day basis, it's been a time where it's been quite testing in those sort of ways. And it's been a really difficult time, I think, for a lot of people with personal communication too. You know, a lot of people have sort of, you know, my inbox has been full. I don't seem to be able to get people to listen to me. Nobody's got their listening ears on. Well, that's all typical Mercury retrograde. But it's also been a time where I think people have really been asking themselves where they're going, what they're doing. Have I really achieved what I wanted to achieve this year? And it's been a very introspective Mercury retrograde. And I'm you know, I haven't been immune to that either. I've had my same questions and things like that about it as well. So I just want to share with everybody that Mercury will be going direct soon, and we can all breathe a sigh of relief, which will be absolutely wonderful, that we can all get our positivity hats out of the wardrobe again and sort of get ready to be fired up and start, you know, communicating in a bigger way. But let's use the power of this new moon in Leo as Mercury comes to a close with his retrograde cycle and start to get out there and strut our stuff. It's the time to sort of to feel very positive, to know that new opportunities are coming our way. It's a time to show people what we're made of and to be very proud of what we have achieved. So until next week, be very kind to each other and kind to yourselves, and don't forget to stop and smell the roses or smell the coffee along the way. Bye for now.
Hi, I'm Kathy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, this is Dream Reality, and I'm your host, Mary Amy, coming to you from A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. My site is listed at the bottom of the screen, MaryAmyOfficial.com, and I am an intuitive wisdom coach. As an empath intuitive, I'm able to connect to your inner spirit, which allows me to use my extrasensory abilities, seeing, hearing, feeling information about you. I'm here for you. I see the light, the hope, and the beauty of the universe. I'm a conduit to channel your dreams, helping fulfill your earthly purpose and course to personal enlightenment. I am human. I have faults, but I do strive to be a better being and good person. As a coach, I listen, establish trust, and support. Be the first to be a friend, be the first to speak of light, and be the first to acknowledge the beauty of nature. On today's show, we have topics and callers. I reveal ways to a calm and peaceful inner spirit. I guide you to enlightenment through topics such as kindness, nature, visualization, dreams, affirmations, and meditations. Carl Jung, Swiss psychiatrist and founder of analytical psychology, once said, "Your visions will become clear only when you look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens." Dreams are our mind's subconscious thoughts seen as images and symbols and circumstances while we're sleeping. Dreams can guide us. As a as an intuitive and a psychic, I receive messages, and you too can receive messages when you sleep. I receive premonition dreams, and maybe you do as well. A premonition can alert you and warn you of something in the future, so be aware of details and dates and circumstances. Our dreams are our subconscious and our soul trying to guide us to our destiny. I'll tell you a story. A few years back, actually it was more than a few, it was, I don't even know, it was more than 5, it was about 8 years ago. I went to an Awaken fair, and prior to that, I was being visited by spirits because they knew that I could hear and see them. So I would go to sleep, and they would come right up into my face. So it would be like a stranger just coming right up into your face, and I would jump up, and I would be scared because I never had seen this person before. And one after another, they would do that to me. And eventually, there would be lines and lines of people who had passed because they wanted to contact me, and I rejected it. I was not interested in doing this. And so when I went to the Awaken fair, I spoke to a friend who was a medium, and he said, Mary, you should just make an appointment to speak to them and see how that goes. And maybe they'll leave you alone. Well, sure enough, I said, okay, everybody, are you listening? I am going to talk to you on Wednesdays at 2 o'clock, which I thought was the most bizarre thing. But funny enough, a few of them did visit me, and then it just went away. They stopped. And so I do hear and see if I'm in a situation with a client or I'm doing a reading at an event or even on the radio. And so maybe that will happen to you. The more we open up, the more of a chance that we have to speak to otherworldly beings, other dimensionals beings, which could be angels or spirits or I don't even know, like just ethereal beings. Okay. I actually have been keeping track of all my dreams in my dream journal, and I am publishing a dream journal workbook. And I've been keeping track of my dreams since 2014. Patterns will emerge, and you might experience a release dream, which is a person or a place you can't deal with while you're awake. So when you're sleeping, you're letting it go, which is a positive thing. Okay, enlightenment. I've spoken about ultimate happiness and about the law of karma. Non-virtuous and negative actions equal suffering, and virtuous and positive actions equal ultimate happiness. Why not, on a daily basis, perform acts of kindness? Hold a door open, say kind things, behave kind and compassionate to all living things on this earth. Be joy and light and hope. Prior to acknowledging my authentic self as Mary Amy, I was Blue Butterfly. And I wrote this book, The White Light Prophecies. And the book discusses white light. So what's white light? Empaths know what white light is because we're so sensitive that if I'm standing next to someone and they don't feel well, sometimes I actually get their headache or I get a pain in my body. And right away, I know that there's someone around me that has something wrong with them. So I actually perform white light healings on myself, where I clear the energy around me. So let's do this together. We're going to do a white light visualization, and then I'm actually going to send light out to my viewers and listeners. I'm going to take off my headphones, if you bear with me, and I'm going to put on my headset and do what I do with clients. First off, let's do a visualization together. So I'm going to ask you to close your eyes, and I would like you to imagine white light. What is white light? White light is the strongest light because its source is the universe. It only can do good. If you call out to white light, it will heal and protect you. Okay, so close your eyes. And I'd like you to visualize white light. White light would be what light looks like if you're looking up at the sun and it's coming down at you. And I'd like you to visualize it all around you, all around your physical being. So I would say 6 feet out into your energy field. And this will begin you becoming enlightened and having a lighter spirit. And not only will it help you outside your life, it will help you be more centered and have harmony. Very positive. So I would like you to, on your own, visualize, say, white light surround me, and ask white light to surround you completely. As time went on, what I did was I actually visualized with my eyes open the light, which I can see right now. I would visualize it horizon to horizon. So I would be standing out in a field and I would see it to my right, to my left, all the way to the horizon, to behind me and in front of me, above me and below me. And so I became a white light bubble, I guess, or a white light being that way. Okay, now I'm going to take off my headset and I'm going to put on my headphones and I am going to send out light to everyone that's out there. And I would like you to please send me a message if you feel anything different on my Facebook or my Instagram. If you're watching, please send me a message and say, yes, Mary, I felt something. So I know that this works and I'll continue to do it. I'll just do it a little bit during every show. Okay, so I tried that, and you let me know if you felt any kind of energy, because I was sending it out, and I was visualizing a person and sending the energy out through the radio. Okay. Let me talk about manifesting. Manifesting takes 3 steps, which is, what is manifesting? It's getting what you want. So I've mentioned before, step 1 is to write down your goal and put it in your sock drawer, which is just write down like I want, or I wish, or something start with I, and write it down, a simple sentence, and put it in your sock drawer and don't tell anyone about it. That's the first step. Second is to visualize it. So you close your eyes and you imagine whatever it is that you want, and you're in the situation, as many details, feeling all the senses. Third step is talk about it like you already have it. So you would say, my blah, blah, blah. Whatever it is that you want, talk about it with details. And if you can feel joy in your heart when you're doing these 3 steps, then you can manifest it. In my book, The White Light Prophecies, which I mentioned earlier, the 6th prophecy is, once your energy has shifted and your dreams are within reach, the universe will test you to be sure that you really want what you've asked for. And I've recently experienced this. That's why I'm bringing it up. I actually wanted to have all the areas of my life pretty much complete and better. And I didn't know what that was going to be like until after it came to me. And then I went, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can handle this. It's uncomfortable, which is what you're going to feel when you do manifest something and it does come. you have to embrace the opportunity, because you just don't know if it's going to happen again. I mean, if you're a 5-year-old child, maybe you have some time. But as you get older in life, you manifest something and ask for it over and over again. And then it comes, and then you say, well, I don't know if I want it. You don't know if it's ever going to come back again. So my advice to you is to take it. So I'm actually embracing, sleep on it. And look, you might feel uncomfortable, but that's okay. You're getting what you want. Now, Prophecy 7, I say, as you accept and embrace change, you will encounter new people, places, and things as you create your own true destiny. So when you do get what you want, you will be getting all great experiences coming your way. Oh, we have a caller. It's Kathy in Cleveland, Ohio. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Okay, right away, I saw information. I received, this is a funny thing, which we don't know what this means. It tells a story. I saw grass and a goat. Okay, let's see. I don't know what that symbolic is. All right, so what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a bridge, and I'm seeing a space, like a link, and then there's a bridge. So there's something that you have to cross over to get what you want, your desire, whatever it is that you want your desire is. Is there a direction you would like me to go into?
Okay, you're correct. I'm crossing a bridge right now. I fear
in real life? You mean driving?
Oh. No. In my life, I'm crossing the bridge.
Okay.
Which could cause me grave danger. I fear, but I also feel that I need to embark on this to satisfy this. I've had a bad 10-year period legally, and this involves some legalities, and I believe I need to go forward to end what I'm going through.
You have to do this. Are you there?
Yes.
Hello?
I'm here.
So I did see that you must do this. I think that it's actually like a learning curve. Whatever is going to happen after you get to the other side is actually going to enhance your life, and it will be almost like you'll get a newfound strength as a person. And I see that you actually have a smile about it, but you are going to have sadness doing this, and you're going to have to let go.
I am actually physically moving my household so that I lessen the impact if it all went wrong, because I feel that whether I win or lose, it'll close the chapter and let me move on. So I'm willing to accept how it ends, but I think I will be unsatisfied without going ahead and doing it.
I have to tell you that even if you didn't have anybody with you, you'd still be okay, because you are someone that you're very, very steadily moved through life. And I know that you are a very strong lady, and everything will turn out right, because on the other side of the bridge, I see a light-filled horizon, and I see that you're going to have a big smile on your face. So the best of luck to you.
Thank you. You know what? And I believe you, and I agree, and I'm glad you validated the way I'm feeling, because I'm going to be 60 in August at the end of the month. I just became a Reiki master 2 months ago. I'm stepping forward in my life, and I just needed the encouragement. So bless you and thank you.
Thank you. Bless you too. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Amber in Connecticut.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so I'm receiving information about you. I'm receiving there's a gift and there's a package, and I see you opening up the package, and there's confetti and there's beautiful, sparkly, something. Let me see what that is. It's a object, and let's see. Is there a direction you would like me to go into?
I'm in a really tough situation right now, and I'm just wondering when things are going to get better.
Okay. The fact
Financially,
that financially, you're
Hello?
wondering when they're going to get better? Yes, I can hear you.
financially and medically.
And medically.
Yep.
Okay, so as soon as I heard you and connected to you, I saw this box that which was very, very positive. Let me see what else I see. Okay, so I'm receiving information that you have actually. I see heaven. I'm seeing if there's anything connecting. Let me see. Let's see. Okay, so you have beings that are looking out for you and sending you light and hope. I don't sense that what's going on with you is going to last long term. I want to say it's going to be over soon. I want to say that it's, and I think that you have to hang on and have hope and believe and be positive.
Okay.
Yes, yes,
Yes. Yes.
yes. Okay,
That's
so
wonderful.
yes, I'm suggesting that you take a piece of paper, and I would like you to write 3 goals of yours, something that you might think is so far beyond anything you could do. But I would like you to write these 3 goals or dreams down. And you don't give a timeline, you don't say when you're going to do it, but this will start to bring you towards hope and light. And it will counter any kind of negative information or thoughts that you're having, because it's going to actually take precedence. So if you write down 3 big goals or dreams that you have that you would like to do in your future. Okay?
Okay.
And then I would say, as soon as you feel up to it, I would like you to take one of them. Now, you don't share this with anyone. Take one of them, and I would like you to close your eyes, and I would like you to see yourself with this dream or goal, doing this, having this, whatever it is, and as many details as you can imagine. So you start to crack open, and you bring more light into your thinking, and you reprogram your thoughts. So pick one of them and start to visualize it and start to talk about it to yourself and to start to get excited about it. Okay?
Okay.
Now, it'll be interesting. I'm guessing that you will, after you've done this, within a week, you will have a dream pertaining in some way to this goal or dream. And it's going to give you a direction to go into, something that you wouldn't think of. Maybe it's somebody that you know. And it might even just actually validate your dream or goal.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to say thank you so much for calling. And I post videos on my Facebook page, Mary Amy Official, and my website is Mary Amy Official. And I hope that everything works out for you. And I'm wishing you light and hope and love.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Have a wonderful day. I see that box, and you're going to open it, and all good things are going to happen. Okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Weekly, I have been doing gemstones, presenting gemstones. So today I'm going to present some new gemstones. This is a lapis lazuli, which is a blue gemstone. And this gemstone is self-expression. It reveals inner truth, honesty, compassion, morality to the personality, and it stimulates objectivity and clarity, and it encourages creativity. This is a colbit, and it's a blue stone, dark blue, and this stone is royalty and humor, gods and power. Wow. And spirit and vision. It sounds majestic. It's a majestic gemstone. And this little tiny one, which I wish I had a bigger version of this, is a turquoise gemstone. And this is protection, strong yet soothing to the touch. It's healing. Positive mental characteristics, serenity, creativity, empathy, positive sensitivity, intuition, happiness, and wisdom. I used to wear a lot of turquoise necklaces before. So I just want to say that thank you so much for joining me on Dream Reality on A1R Psychic Radio. I hope we can all be a friend to someone today, and we can find the beautiful glowing light that's in our heart. And I will see you next week for more topics and callers. Thank you so much for joining me on Dream Reality. This is Mary Amy.
Hello, everyone who is tuning in is very welcome. This is Ray Path Productions. I'm your host, Chloe Folan, Clairvoyant, here on A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in live and supporting the show. And many thanks to those who intend on catching the show after it's live aired. A very warm welcome to you as well. I will be taking 1 or 2 calls midway through my show, but like that, I would like to just utilize the first 10 to 15 minutes of my show just to talk a little bit about sun cycles. And the reason why I would like to bring this up, and please keep in mind that this show is being streamed live from Ireland, here in the Northern Hemisphere, we are literally 1 day away, or 1 or 2 days away really, from the Autumn Harvest Festival. So that's what I meant last week when I mentioned I wanted to bring up annual sun cycles. So like that, as everyone knows, our sun governs our seasons. And here in the Northern Hemisphere, we are very close to autumn. And why I would like to bring that up is why different systems do celebrate on slightly different days. I do find it's quite nice in a way that's authentic and right for you to definitely find ways to tune into the seasons and to definitely mark the seasons in a way that's good for you or good for your family or good for your psyche, good for the soul. So like that, I would just like to share some inspirations over just some very small things you can do to celebrate autumn and to bring in that autumn energy into your life. So like that, coming into autumn, why we still do have a little bit of sun. When we come into autumn, we're starting to acknowledge that the seasons are starting to slow down a small bit. So autumn is a beautiful time to really take a step back and give thanks for everything that's happened throughout the year, and to really notice what's happening to you, because in times when our lives were more governed by agriculture in the past, this would have been a time when people would have been reaping the harvest of all the hard work with growing crops and, working more closely with animals and, growing your own crops and farming. And when farming was a deeper part of all our lives and we were far more reliant and far closer to farming, every single one of us would have been farming in some way to maintain our lives. So why in modern life, some of us are not as deeply tied to agriculture in a modern way? It's a nice time of year to really take a step back and to have a look at, are you reaping what you've sown from the year? To have a look at where you've put your energies. So this is 2019. Where have you put your energies for 2019? Where have you been focusing yourself for 2019? And based on where you've been focusing your energies, taking a little bit of time around autumn to reflect on what has been happening to you based on where you've been putting your energies. And it's a beautiful time of year to start practicing an attitude of gratitude or counting one's blessings. So it's really nice to do, and especially if you have small children, like that, what I'm about to share can be done if you're someone who likes to just do little spontaneous ceremonies by yourself, or if you'd like to include your family and small children. You can always just start by creating a sacred space. You can then decorate your sacred space in like an autumn theme. You can, collect some nice leaves, some nice branches, pine cones, maybe get a few posters of autumn scenes, make it a nice space to be in. Then if you're by yourself or doing this with your family, and small children love this as well, everyone says a prayer that aligns them to their highest self. And then if everyone gets a pen and paper and starts writing down what you've got to be grateful for the year. So like that, I would personally celebrate this tomorrow on August Eve. I've always celebrated autumn or marked autumn on the 31st of July. So like that, when you're writing down what you've got to be grateful for, put down all things great and small. If you've had good health for 2019, put that down. If you've had, someone say a lot of kind things to you throughout the year, put that down. If you've been able to pay your bills, my goodness, that's huge. Put that down and give thanks for that, especially in globally what's happening for people. Sometimes we take it for granted that it's just a given, that, you just pay your bills and that's a given. And some people really struggle with that. So if that's something that, you've been able to do, even if there's been some tight spots, give thanks for that. Give thanks for good health. Give thanks for anything that comes to mind. And like that, if you have had some goals come to pass throughout the year, please do put those down as well. That if you had an aim to get a new job and you got a job, put that down and give thanks for that. If you aim to just have a little more confidence and that happened, give thanks for that. So anything and everything, really take some time to mull over the good things that have happened to you throughout 2019. And then what's lovely to do if you're doing this as a family, and even with small children, turn to the person next to you and vice versa, and tell them something nice that they did. So like that, turn around and say to them, thank you for the nice thing you said. Thank you for the time you made me breakfast. Thank you for the time you gave me that spontaneous hug. You didn't know it at the time, but I really could have done with a hug that day. Or like that, if your child did a lovely picture or, did something creative, use the time to highlight that, turn around and tell your child, well, wasn't that so creative? Aren't you very talented? Or like that with your partner, give thanks for anything nice that, say it to your partner and give your partner a chance to say it to you. And it's nice for children to see that as well. It's nice for children to see mum and mum, or mum or dad, or however your family unit is, that's your business, and enjoy your family unit. Your family unit is your business. It's nice for children in any family dynamic to see parents, get along. And it's nice for children to see their parents give thanks to each other and parents to give thanks for them, and give your child an opportunity to say something nice back to you. It gives it really just helps with family unity. And especially when life's been a little bit stressful, lovely, celebration to look forward to do that around autumn. And it's just lovely to do. So share, give thanks. And then once you've written everything down and you've taken time in your little family unit to say thanks to each other safely and responsibly, then burn your petition for thank yous. And then take a few moments to give thanks to the powers that be, the powers that you believe in, the life force that you believe in, the power that you believe guides your life. Take a few moments as a family to give thanks within your belief system to the powers that you believe govern and guide your life. Give thanks to those powers as well. And then just have a nice meal. Have something nice to drink. Put on a nice movie, or what's really nice to do is doing that before bedtime, because it puts everyone in such a good mood, makes everyone feel really appreciated and happy. And it's just a lovely way it's something you can do before bedtime. So like that, I'll say it again, different systems have different practices, and different belief systems have different ways of celebrating, but that's a lovely basic way to tap into the energies of autumn. And it's a lovely way to kind of tune you into those natural sun cycles that happen, whether we're fully aware of those cycles or not. Because even in modern day lives, what happens in our modern day lives is still governed by nature, even if we tend to forget that. So I quite often find that people that do in a way that's authentic for them, take time out of their day to connect in with natural energies in any way they see fit, it just calms the psyche, soothes the psyche, helps someone feel like they're a part of a greater whole, taps you back into that greater whole, that greater cycle that we are a part of, whether we're aware of or not. So like that, I hope I've offered just lovely seeds of inspiration for what you can do for autumn if you see fit, and why that might be important or why that might be nice to try. And I believe we actually have somebody calling in, Melissa from California. Melissa, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can.
Melissa, thank you for calling in. How can I help you? Do you have a query you would like me to tap into for you?
Yes. So I guess it's funny that you're talking about that, because I'm having an issue in my family unit with my husband and my children who are not his. And there's just a lot of conflict, and I was kind of looking for some insight or direction.
No problem at all. Well, definitely, if you do find the airing of this broadcast, please do listen back to the tips that I gave, because the tips that I gave were very open-ended. So regardless of the core belief system that your family has, or if there's a religion that your family follow, you could fit that into any religious practice that you already have, where sometimes just sitting down together as a family and saying a nice prayer to get everyone in alignment with themselves. And then everyone gets a pen and paper, children included, and everyone writes down what they have to be grateful for, and that gets everyone in a good mood. And then that's when you turn to share with each other what the other person did that made you feel good. So this is where you can turn to your husband and give thanks to your husband for something that he did, no matter how small, or the children can share back. So that is something that I would invite you to do as a family. And what also was really nice to do is there is a saying, although it's sometimes taken more religiously than it's meant, where it's the family that prays together stays together. And that doesn't necessarily mean religion. What that means is the family that's on the same page, even if there's individual interests, is more harmonious. So this is where you can inject a bit of fun that can de-stress stressful situations, where you can do family vision boards together as well, where like that everyone sits down together at the table, you get out old magazines, you get out pieces of card, and everyone cuts out pictures and words that would describe how they, would like the family life to be or what they would like to do within the family. So cut out words like unity, cut out pictures of, picnics or places you like to go as a family. And everyone gets to put something on the vision board that's positive and explain why it's important to them and why that image meant something to them around creating a family vision board. So sometimes injecting a bit of fun and coming at it with more of a relaxed attitude takes defensiveness out of the situation and really deflates anyone being on the defense and really deflates, surface touchiness. But what I will do for you as well, Melissa, is I do want to draw some tarot cards just to see if I can get a deeper insight as to the core reason for some of the conflict over what's going on. I'm just going to do a family spread where I look at you, your husband, where the opportunities are, where the challenges are, and the likely outcome, and your children will come through in that spread as well. So just give me 2 moments to draw the tarot, just to get some deeper insight for you. But definitely family vision boards, and definitely a family gratitude celebration, and counting one's blessings can really help get everyone, back together again and de-stressed. But I'll just have a look here to see what's happening, Melissa, and see if I can offer some deeper advice maybe on where the root conflict is coming from and another way to manage that.
Thank you.
Okay, now, as strange as this might sound, I'll just bring it up, and like that, this will make sense to you, but this seems to be 2 particular areas that have just gotten a bit lopsided. Definitely, and I'll say it again, modern life isn't easy when you're trying to balance, especially when there's multiple children. Finances aren't easy sometimes. And definitely I'm getting a card here that is showing that some of the stress is definitely around finances and trying to make sure that in terms of abundance and finances that there's enough to keep everybody happy, meaning making sure that there's enough for everyone in the family to have a quote unquote normal life. And that can be very stressful sometimes, and this seems to be one of the factors where, like that, yourself and your husband have been very focused on just trying to keep things going financially and just trying to pay the bills and just trying to make ends meet. And that's eating into you then having enough energy, for yourselves, for each other, and then trying to have some quality time with the children as well. So one of the factors that's going on here is a traditional burnout is getting in here a bit, and there's definitely, I've got it loud and clear here, that it's definite, stressors around finances, and things have been so centered around just trying to keep finances healthy and balanced that it's kind of pulled away from everything else. And the other card that I have here, and this might be more related to yourself, Melissa, but it could be the family collectively, is that sleep patterns are not good at all. So like that, I do believe that's partly relating to yourself, but partly could be relating to the family as a whole as well, where like that, when you are tired, when you are stressed, kids have worn you down a bit, you know, it's very difficult to try to keep to a, you know, proper bedtime routine, or trying to get older children to go to bed properly. But those factors, you pull all of those factors together and you add in, you know, more than one person in the family not sleeping properly, and that is going to create grouchiness, that is going to create tension, that is going to create a bit of snappiness. Now, on the good side, I'm not picking up that there's something terribly, terribly, terribly wrong. This is just a build-up of those two factors from what I can see, that it's, you know, and I'm coming back to yourself as well. So definitely, Melissa, something that I would like you to try if this card is relating to you. I do believe this is partly relating to you as well as the family as a whole, that before you go to bed in the evening, even if you decide to try the little autumn celebration I was suggesting, that after that, after you do that, every single evening before you go to bed, I want you to say a prayer that you feel aligns you to your higher self. I want you to get a pen and paper, and I want you to write down that everything that's sitting in your head. Write it all down. Write down everything sitting in your head, everything bothering you, everything you're finding hard to switch off from. And then fold up the paper and spend a few moments sensing all of that stress leaving you and going into the paper, and then either safely rip up the paper and throw it in the bin, or if you're able to do so, safely and responsibly burn the paper. Either or, whichever is easier to do. And you'll find that if you do that every single evening before going to bed, you'll notice the list you write will start to get shorter and shorter and shorter, and you will start to be able to sleep a little bit better over the next few days if you do try putting that in. And once again, children can do that as well. I've recommended that on to a few people where the children are slightly hyperactive or like that. Some people have children, and adults have this as well. There are some children and adults out there that seem to live off very little sleep and they're just fine, but their parents might not be fine. So one lovely thing you can do is because I do think it's relating to more than just you. If there is a hyperactive child that's having difficulty sleeping, getting them to do that as well before they go to bed. I guarantee you, if you do that nightly with them, do it together, it will help improve sleep patterns. So this seems to be a combination of looking at where it's important to acknowledge finances, and it's important to acknowledge that you do need a certain amount of money to have a decent quality of life, and especially when you're trying to look after children as well. But like that, trying to pull back a bit and see where you can reorganize your schedules, both you and your husband, reorganize your schedules to just reintroduce a little bit more family time, just a little bit more family time where you agree not to talk about anything serious and do something enjoyable. So family vision boards, family gratitude list, family dinner time where everyone at the dinner table gets to share something and everyone takes turns listening to that one person talking. And that's very healing as well. Everyone gets a chance to, say something important at the dinner table. So everyone sits down and eats together. None of this eating in front of the TV. Everyone sits at the table, no TV, no phones, sit down and eat together. And then everyone, one by one, gets a chance to share something at the dinner table that's important to them. And everyone else listens and doesn't give any input until the person's finished speaking. Because then it helps everyone feel validated within the family unit. It helps everyone feel heard in the family unit. So really on one side, I'm not seeing anything horribly wrong, which is fantastic. But this is about just reorganizing schedules, which is not easy sometimes, to just make sure that your schedules have family first, then everything else second, which is not easy to do in the world at the moment. But if things can be looked at and things can be tweaked to where you can have family first, our family first, then everything else second, I do believe little improvements will come in.
Okay.
On that note, Melissa, is there anything you want to ask me more deeply about what's happening in your family dynamics, or has another question come to mind?
Yeah, so my husband and I, we've been together for 4 years. I've changed a lot. I've grown a lot. And I'm finding that, like, our core values aren't so much aligned anymore. Even little things on how to deal with my oldest daughter, or on how we see the world. And it's becoming a problem. And I'm not quite sure. I don't want to, I know we're not responsible for other people. I can't change him, but it's making me feel differently. And it's just causing a lot of questions to come up in my head, and I'm not really sure what to do about it.
Okay. Sorry, my earphones are a bit funny for this call, Melissa. I heard that I did get most of what you said, but can you just clarify what's the main issue with your daughter, please, that your daughter's causing a bit of tension in the family?
Well, my oldest daughter is 18, and he thinks she should be on her own now. She needs to, fend for herself. She's my baby. And
of course,
it's our ideas on how to deal with things and how to deal with her on life. Like our values are different. And so he thinks because he's a husband.
And this brings me back to what I was saying over. I believe that what will really help is, especially if it's with your daughter, for you and your daughter to sit across from each other and have an opportunity for you to say what your core values are. Your daughter can share what her core values are, and you can acknowledge that you're both on different pages, and that in itself can be very healing. But when you're on different pages, and especially if she's reaching an age where she needs more independence, it's important for you to remind your daughter that if she wants more independence, then she has to get that for herself. You can't get a job for her. You can't go out and study her career for her. Just remind her that regardless of her core values, if she wants a certain type of lifestyle and she wants a certain type of life, that no matter who you are, that has to be worked for. And you can't do that for her. That she has to do it for her. And I guarantee you that despite core values being at odds, if you ask her who she admires, I guarantee you it's someone who has gone out and put in the work themselves to create that life. So I'm sure if you talk to her from her standpoint, from maybe someone that she admires, and say, well, look, do you realize that that person, worked for that they went and did that themselves, that they made that work for them. Their mum didn't do it, their dad didn't do it, they did it for them. And that's how they did it, that might help the penny drop over, encouraging a bit more independence.
Hi everyone, thanks for tuning in to Asteria Vision. My name is Asteria. I am a psychic empath, and just a little about me. I connect to energy through pictures, the person's voice, or just having them there next to me, and I meditate on the energy. So that's how I connect. But I hope everyone's having a great day, but I was going to say that I'm actually feeling kind of nauseous today. So, but I still wanted to do the show because it keeps my mind off how I feel. So I already got a card that fell out, Ace of Wands. Let me see what else I get for the collective's energy. But yeah, I like doing this. So nothing stops me from doing this. Ace of Wands. new passionate beginnings. Very passionate. So it looks like the energy that I'm picking up, there's a passionate new beginning that is going to start or is going to start evolving is what I'm hearing. And it's something that, weird, I feel like I this energy in the past maybe didn't work out, or what I'm hearing is it wasn't so effective. This definitely could do with work, because Ace of Wands, it represents creativity. So a lot of the times when I get the Ace of Wands in combo with the Pentacles, that's work to me. So, or passionate projects. So that's what I'm seeing. But I feel the person's going to think about either offering this new beginning. It's a creative. What I'm getting is it's a job that deals with creativity. So it's more so like projects is what I'm getting. But there's multiple projects involved at once. So it's like if this person decides to take up this offer, what I'm getting is you have to catch up because there's already work that's been done. So it's kind of like you have to play catching up. But I do feel it's a job that it's creative based, but it takes. What I'm seeing is you could become a workaholic in it because there's always a lot going on. So. I forget. The viewers are like, who is she laughing at? I'm just reading what the prompt says, but I'll take a caller, Lily.
Yes.
Hi, Lily.
Hi, how are you?
How are you doing?
I'm not that good.
How are you doing?
Not
okay.
that good.
So what's your question for this evening?
When will Keith move back in with me?
I couldn't really hear. Is it when will he move back in with you?
Yes, when will Keith move back in with me? Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure because when I'm in this room, my connection's not super great, but when will he, what's his name?
Keith, Keith.
Okay, so when will Keith move back in with you? Are you sure you want him to move back in with you?
Yes.
Let me see what I get. Okay, so what I'm getting is, well, the first thing I'm getting is, in a sense, you know he's going to move back in with you. It's like an intuitive feeling that you have. You know he's going to move back in with you, but there's a sense of you're not wanting to wait anymore. There's a sense of your patience is running out, is what I'm hearing. But it's because you know he's going to come back very strongly is what I feel. But the fact that you're not physically seeing it happen, you're not seeing movement. And I feel like maybe you're not even talking. Because I don't feel or see communication. So everything you're feeling from him, emotions, because I do feel you have a strong connection to him. So everything, you're just feeling it all. So there's a sense of you don't really trust your intuition because you're not seeing it. But what I'm getting is it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's what I'm getting is it's just not the right time right now. You know, it's just not right now. But he is going to move back. Let me see what I get with his energy. Yeah, it's just not going, he's not taking the initiative, or he's not wanting to move forward right now, because like I was feeling earlier, it's just not a good time. There's also a lot, it's your, you know, I feel that you're sad, depressed, but I also see that he's sad and he's depressed. And that's also why but he is he knows he's going to come back. So who knows? He already sees it.
Soon?
It's not going to be soon. I'm not getting soon. It's just not the right time right now, is what I was hearing. And but he will. Let me see if I could get something else from this deck.
Thank you.
Yeah, but don't be sad. You're both sad, not just you. And it's just not the right. I keep hearing it's just not the right time, you know. But because you feel him so strongly, you pick up his energy so strongly, and yeah, I just got no need to worry. See, exactly what I told you. Don't worry about it. He's coming back. He's very, very much connected to you on a soul level.
When he will?
Let me see what I feel. I know it's weeks, because I keep hearing weeks.
I talked to him like maybe 2 days ago, but it was negative. Do you see when he will speak to me?
Yeah, I know, because I feel the no communication. I'm getting, you're going to see movement, things starting to pick up again within 3 weeks is what I'm hearing. But what I feel with that is not him moving in with you. What I feel is it's going to start up again. So it's going to take a little time. I feel that you guys are going to reconnect, and having to reconnect through language.
Will he have sex with Vanessa? He's currently living with his ex.
Uh-huh. And you want to know if he's intimate with her?
Yeah.
Oh. I feel he's there because it's easy, and she gives him anything he wants. So he doesn't love her, though. Doesn't love her. It's she's very manipulative, and she manipulates him with sex. Yeah, but he doesn't love her. He doesn't love her, and she gives him anything. She gives him anything he wants. You know, what I'm hearing is you've reprimanded him a few times, you know, because he does, sometimes he just does stupid things, but he doesn't understand that, you know, when
he's not going to contact me for a couple weeks.
Yeah, I think you're going to speak to him again within 3 weeks. That's what I'm feeling. When he's over it is what I'm hearing. When he's over it, it's like this, like he has to get out this.
But he will have sex with Vanessa.
Well, if they're living together and she gives him whatever he wants and she manipulates him through sex, and yeah, I would say, you know, there's a possibility. So, well, is that okay? Elizabeth from, I don't see it yet, or maybe she's not, Pennsylvania. Elizabeth
I'm
from
here.
Pennsylvania. Hi. What's your question for? Hi. What's your question for this evening?
I'm just wondering if there's any I'm having a lot of difficult choices for my careers. I have a lot of opportunities coming to me, and I'm so mixed up with my past. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to choose one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because they're all, what makes it hard is you love all of them. And it's like, you don't want to give, if you could, you would take them all, but unfortunately, that's not realistic. So let me see what I get. Let me shuffle a little bit. I just don't want to talk and shuffle. Sometimes it's hard to hear me, but what's great about you is you make the best out of every situation. So you can't go wrong because you're passionate about all the choices you have and that are given to you. So I feel there may be more of a fear that you'll get stuck with just one and you'll get bored, because you get easily bored, and you like variety in your life, and that includes work. I get it. I'm just like that. The only thing that I don't get bored with is reading tarot, but yeah. And I feel you're also very creative is what I feel. But let's see what the cards say. I just feel you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Really. Let's see what we got. Nothing's falling out for you, because there may not be a right answer, because I feel that too. I feel you can't go wrong because you love everything that's offered to you. But let me see what this deck says.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry. Do you like yoga? Do you do yoga? Are you a yogi? Or do you practice yoga?
No, I've recently been going to the chiropractor.
Okay.
To readjust, to do a lot of stretching out, things like that.
Right. Because I saw stretching, but what I'm getting, I saw you doing yoga, so that's for you to your muscles, because I saw the stretching, but it was like you were doing yoga, so that's something to consider, because I had a vision of that too. But what I'm getting for your career is honestly, I don't think you're going to be happy with this answer, but this is the answer. You can't go wrong, because anyone that you get is going to bring you infinite abundance, is what I'm hearing. So you got to look at it this way. Which one could you see yourself doing for many years? Which one do you see yourself getting least bored of is going to be the right answer, because you get easily bored, and it's a fear. You're going to succeed. It's just the fear of, you don't want to get jaded over something that you love doing, because it becomes tiresome and repetitive. But I don't see that. You need to go with the job that for sure you could do for a very long time. Because there's one of the choices that you could do it for a long time. And you're going to make good money with whichever one you choose. Honestly, all of the options are great. They're all very abundant. I don't see anything I don't feel anything negative, and I don't see anything that is of loss. It's very full and abundant. So let me try. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. You're going to be fine. Don't worry. So you're overthinking it. Don't overthink it.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have any other questions or anything else you wanted?
No, I think that's about it. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. And congratulations as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye. So that's what kind of sucks sometimes when I do readings and I already know the answer, or I get the visions, and then the cards, nothing falls out. Honestly, that's the answer, is what I'm feeling and seeing. That's why the card isn't falling, because, or it's I can't, the person has walls up and I can't connect to them that easily, but I definitely connected to her easily. It was just, but people want, they want the cards to fall out because it's more, for them, it seems more, I don't want to say realistic, but more believable, I guess. But she'll see, she'll be good, Elizabeth. Let me see if I get anything else for the collective energy. Yeah, so what I'm seeing is, last show I saw a lot of sadness, but now I'm seeing there's a lot of things that the energy I'm getting is there's a lot of letting go that's already happened. And there's focus on either one love relationship in your life. It could have been, what I'm seeing is there was at least 3 people to choose from. The energy that I'm picking up, I feel it's a female energy, but what I'm getting is there was 3 people to choose from, and the person you chose is really the one you love. But what I'm getting is you still have friendships or a friendship relationship with the other 2. So, but I see a lot of happiness. And for some other energies that I'm picking up, if you're single or waiting for someone to come back to you, or you're just wanting to meet the right person, what I'm getting is you will meet the right person. What I'm getting is within the next 4 months is the max of energy that I'm picking up. It's like you're just waiting for the right person, to meet the right person, because you're tired of just, it never working out, or it's never working out, is what I'm hearing. So, but 4 months max, which isn't that far away, but this is good. It's good that I got that energy and I feel it too. A lot of sadness released, which is, that's great. But yeah, it's, last week was more, sorry if I'm not chippery today. I was feeling nauseous all day today, and I didn't know. I have water here too, but I'm not getting anything else. I could try a different deck. Actually, let me try my mini deck. It says I have poor connection. I already. Oh, I'm glad it's a good show. Oh, good. I'm glad. I have 7 minutes left. I'm happy for that too. It's all good. Oh, perfect. I'm talking to Dave, the producer. I'm not talking to any spirits. I don't want people to get confused. Because I forget that, people don't have the teleprompter. So let me see. I feel like people aren't really supposed to know much because there's nothing falling out. And I feel the energy, though. I definitely feel the energy. But it could be Mercury retrograde just finished. It just finished, but there's still like that residue. I always feel like mid-August is when it's going to be completely gone because people are still releasing as well. But the energy is kind of, I don't know what I'm hearing, lopsided. It like teeters to good and not bad, but just that's why I feel people are still kind of releasing. It doesn't switch over that fast. It's energy. So it takes about a week for that energy Mercury retrograde to completely be gone. So, it's still there. I call it the aftermath, the Mercury retrograde aftermath. But I definitely feel the energy, and it is getting better. I actually felt that 2 days ago that the energy shifted, and it was much more, the energy was lighter, like uplifting. 5 minutes left. I'm not getting any freaking cards to fall out. So, right when I say that, look at that. So I got the strength card. So that's great. It's exactly what I was feeling with the energy that fell out, was people are releasing and they're feeling better. And what I'm getting is people are also, they've learned to tame themselves, is what I'm hearing. Not as aggressive. I don't know who I'm picking up, but good for you. You're not as aggressive. That's good. That's great. But strength card, that's a good card. Very, very positive. Also, I'm feeling that with the combo that I see here, I have 4 cups reverse strength card. What I'm getting is there's going to be balance coming in, along with happiness, but balance coming in with emotionally. Because, it was intense the last few weeks. So people are feeling good again. So I felt that. I felt that 2 days ago, that the energy that shifted, which is great. And it was much lighter, happier. It was definitely a brighter energy, what I felt. So, yeah. So I'm glad I did the show, even though I'm feeling nauseous, but I'm glad I did the show. And I'm sending everyone love and light. And you can also visit my page, Readings by Asteria, on Facebook. I post a lot of readings, card readings for the signs, for the feminine and masculine. I split the energy. I know we all have the same, we all have masculine and feminine. I know that. I feel people are always, you have those grammar people, you have the energy people too, that are just like, we have both. It's like, yeah, I know, but I separate it as more of a title of, astrology for men and then astrology for women, because masculine energy is still different than feminine, and we always connect to one more than the other, but we always have to keep it balanced. But we do, just so I'm correcting myself. But anyways, I'll stop rambling, and I'm sending everyone love and light, and I will see everyone next week on Thursday at 10 p.m. And I still have time. I always do that. Because it's, time doesn't exist for me. That's what I said before. It's energy. But should I just stare at the screen until... Because I know I don't have enough time to give more messages. Okay. Well, in that case, I will see, sending everyone love and light, and I will see everyone next week, and I'm glad everyone's feeling better as well. So have a good night. I'll see you next week.
Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Modern Mystic radio show. My name's Sarah, I'm your host. And if you do want a private reading with me, you know what to do. Go straight through to my website, which is modern-mystic.co.uk, or you can catch me on Facebook under Mystic Sarah and Modern Mystic. I'm very excited today because I do have a special guest with me. Her name is Mags O'Brien. She's from the UK and she is a life transformation specialist. So welcome to the show, Mags.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be speaking with you tonight.
And we're absolutely delighted to have you on the show tonight. So tell us, Mags, what is a life transformation specialist?
Well, a life transformation specialist, I do what it says on the tin, and it's helping people to know what they want in their life and giving them the help and guidance to transform themselves. And that means that it's all about you and what you want, rather than trying to make people be something they're not.
Okay, and so what methods do you use to do all of this kind of work? Is there something specific that you kind of work with? Is there any sort of particular format that you use?
I have a number of modalities that I work with, and it's my experience over the years of doing various things. My favourite modality at the moment is soul realignment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what is soul realignment?
Soul realignment is about looking at who you are as a soul. Because when you know who you are as a soul, the good thing about that is that you can see where you are in alignment with it, and you can see where you're not in alignment with it. And however we act, we are either living the positive end of who we are as the soul or the negative end. So we can look at where you're at and move you towards the positive end.
Okay, and are there any other formats that you use as well?
I'm a Louise Hay licensed teacher. And I learned that in 2013, so a while now. So again, I've got techniques around self-love and self-worth, which again blend in really well with the soul realignment. And the other thing that I do as well is I've been working with a self-sabotage coach, and I've got a holistic coaching qualification. So when the ego kicks in and wants to sabotage, we can go that as well. So there's lots that we can do.
So tell us a little bit more about this self-sabotage thing. So what kind of situations would somebody have that they could perhaps relate to when you're using that term?
It's like self-sabotage is when we want to do something, for example. So say if we want to change our job, and we want to do something new, and then there's a part of it that goes, yeah, I want to do something new, I want to go for a new job. And then the other part of us says, well, I'm not good enough, I'm comfortable where I am. What if I move jobs and it's no good? And so we talk ourselves down and we talk ourselves out of what it is we want to do, because the ego wants to keep us safe. So even though we don't like something, the ego wants to keep us safe because it's familiar, and that is a real common thing. I do it myself too.
So, I mean, is that the same as procrastination?
Procrastination is a form of sabotage, yes, absolutely.
Yes, I know, because I'm a little bit terrible for that as well. I think we all are, aren't we? We can all relate to that.
Absolutely, and I do it myself. And the thing is that when you're a coach and you're aware of these things, it's like, yeah, I'm sabotaging. Come on, Max, what do you need to do? What would you say to your clients? So you can't get away with much.
So tell us a little bit about how you got into working as a life transformation specialist. So what's your background and how did you get here?
Long story short, I used to work in corporate, So I used to do purchasing. I worked in purchasing. I'd worked in sales. I'd worked in blue chip companies. And at 29, I had a breakdown. I was trying to do too much. I am ambitious. I still am. And basically, I just was walking through the office and I just stopped like that. And it was like, I can't do this anymore. And from that breakdown, it took me 5 years to get myself back something like, and during that 5 years, I meditated, I used essential oils, I did natural therapies, and I became a therapist myself. So healer, heal thyself. And then I discovered craniosacral therapy, which really helped me move forward. It's soft tissue work, but also it goes into the emotions and into past lives. So that helped me really clear a lot of, shall we say, rubbish. I don't know what words I can use on here, but you know what I mean? And then from that, that's when I got into the Louise Hay, and then I moved into the soul realignment.
And you also work intuitively as well, don't you?
Absolutely. My experience through working with all these therapies and meditation, my intuition is really strong. And I would say to anybody, if there's one spiritual practice that you do above anything else, is meditation, because it really does hone that inner knowing.
So tell us a little bit about what sort of reasons would somebody want to come and get your services? So what sort of problems do you tend to deal with on a regular basis?
The main people I work with, it is mainly women, although I do work with men, but it still tends to be women that come for this more than men at the moment. I hope it changes. Because I'm an entrepreneur, a businesswoman, then I tend to attract business women, and they're wanting to build their businesses, but there's loads of stuff getting in the way. They might have a program or business coaching, and they go, yeah, that'll sort it out. But like you say, they procrastinate, they're not getting on with it. And what it is, there's deeper stuff going on at soul level, and things that are blocking, the blocks and restrictions at soul level, that are actually stopping them from moving forward.
So how do you identify what could be blocking somebody at soul level, and what sort of a effect does that have when a person realises what's blocking them?
The whole reading is done up in the Akashic records. Would your guys know about Akashic records?
Yes, they should do, because we've talked a bit about it. I'm an Akashic record reader as well, so.
Oh, well, there you go. So they will know. So up in the Akashic records, there's everything that you need to know about who you are as a soul on your file. So we know who you are as a soul. We also know about those negative karmic patterns that your soul's prepared to look at right now, that we can clear and resolve. And I do that through a dowsing protocol. So it's not a thing that I do online like this, but I can still help with the other things and the intuitive.
And all of this can be done, so if somebody wants to work with you, they don't necessarily have to come to your office. They could do that
do this.
Yeah, through Skype or through, I'm guessing, any other sort of video conferencing
Absolutely,
technique.
yeah. I've got Skype, Zoom. If they just need to do the phone, I've got something called Instant Teleseminar, Facebook Messenger. There's always a way.
Okay, wonderful. Now we are going to go on to our first caller in a moment, but before we do, just let everybody know how they can get hold of you if they want to find out more information, or they want to book an appointment with you, or just want to find out a little bit more about what you do. So how can people contact you?
People can jump on my website. It's www.magslifetransformationspecialist.com. It's all one word, lowercase. Type it slowly. I still have to. It's a great name, but it's a bugger to type. I am on Facebook. I do have a Facebook page, which is Mag's Life Transformation Specialist, so you can jump on there and message me. And I also have an email, which is magslifetransformationspecialist.com, and I'll be happy to chat with anyone.
Wonderful. Okay, let's go on to our first caller. We have Alonza in Roxborough, North Carolina. Alonza, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm here.
Hello. Welcome to the show. Do you have a question? I'm going to be passing you over to Mags this evening. Do you have a question for Mags tonight?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I'm going to be passing you over to Mags in a moment, who's going to be doing or talking to you, giving you a reading. Do you have a question for Mags tonight? Is there something you'd like to ask?
Well, actually, I'm pretty open. And whatever my spirit guides want to tell me, or my spirit family wants to tell me, I'm all for it. Anything that comes through.
Okay. Over to you, Mags.
Okay. So you said you're in a pretty good place at the minute, and you just want anything that comes through. Is that right? I was just making sure I heard you right, Alonza. Okie dokie.
Correct.
Fabulous. Okay, what I'm getting at the minute is, whilst you're saying things are good for you at the moment, it's interesting that I used the example of a job when I was talking to Sarah. I'm getting that there is a potential of things to change around your work. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually looking for opportunities right now, honestly, dealing with work.
Okay, so it is the right thing to start to do that. It's the right thing to move where you're working, because although what I'm getting is, although it's okay, it's kind of lost its shine. There's not as much challenge for you. You seem to be kind of drifting a little bit. It's lost its zing for you. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. And so the point here is follow your intuition and your knowing, so that you can change your job. Because if you leave it, see, the issue is it's okay, and it's like, well, am I leaving something that's okay? It is okay, but you need more than that. And if you stay and it's just okay, it will not be okay in a short while. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you'll get more discontent, but also there's things going to be changing in that work situation. And I would say in the next couple of months, things are going to be changing around there, and you'd have wished you'd have moved. So yes, go for it.
Right. Thank you so much. That makes so much sense.
Cool.
Okay, is there anything else you would like to ask before we finish, Alonza?
Let's see. What about my my past grandmother? Is there anything that comes through from her?
I haven't got your grandmother here at the moment, to be fair.
Okay. For anyone on the other side, it doesn't matter at all.
I do have someone at the side of me, and he was the guy that was giving me the information about your job. And the guy I've got at the side of me, he's a slim gentleman with dark hair. He's quite straight up and down, and he's looking as if he's around his mid-40s. That's the age he's showing me. So he's quite lean, quite slim in the face. Do you recognise that person?
No, I don't, but I don't really know too much of my family either. A lot of my family, yeah. So yeah, I mean, it could definitely be.
It's what I'm getting is that it's on your mum's side of the family. I'm the same as you. I don't know too many of my family, and when I'm being given messages and it's like, you know, there's so and so and so and so, and I'm saying, well, just give me the message because I don't know them.
Exactly. I'll take whatever message you can give me.
Oh, bless your heart. Well, see if you can find this gentleman on your mum's side of the family. And he's showing me that he wore like grey colours, pale blue colours. You know, so he wore more grey. That's what I'm seeing. And I think you will find him in family photographs, actually. He's on your mum's side of the family. I think he's like an in-law, you know, like a brother-in-law or something like that. He's in the family by marriage. Does that make sense? I think we're...
Yeah, are you still there, Alonza?
I think we've lost her.
Yeah, I think we've had some technical difficulties there. So we will go straight on to our next caller, and we have the lovely Maria, who is in West Valley, Utah. Maria, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hi, welcome to the show, Maria. I'm going to be handing you over to Mags, who will be doing your reading for you tonight. Do you have anything that you want Mags to look at for you?
I mean, just anything in general, like, just, I don't know what to ask.
Okay, so let's just see so if Mags can sort of pick up anything, perhaps maybe there's some questions arising from what Mags can pick up for you. Is that okay, Maria?
Yeah, just...
Hi, Maria.
You know, like, hi.
Okay, so let's see what we're getting here for you then. What I'm getting is that there's one area of your life that's not quite working for you, and I think it's around your home. I'm seeing your living room, so it's like where you're living, your home circumstances. Does that make sense?
What do you mean by that?
It's where you're... So at the minute, there's stuff going on around your home that's not working for you. There's something going on there that's not right for you.
Yes, that's right.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So what Spirit was showing me, they were showing me your living room, and they were making me feel uncomfortable. So there's something around your home that's making you feel uncomfortable, and it's something that you need to sort out because you've kind of left it. Does that make sense?
And what is it? 'Cause I feel the same thing, but I don't know what it is.
So you see that there's something wrong in your home, but you don't know what it is. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm getting is this. It's about the way you're feeling in the house. It's nothing to do with spirits or anything like that. It's to do with the way you're feeling. There's something that's not, it's to do with you and the way you feel about your living circumstances. So it's not anybody else, even though somebody, you know, does that make sense to you?
It does. And what can I do to change, to make changes?
Okay, so the first thing you need to do is to actually acknowledge the because like I say, you've kind of been saying, oh, things don't feel right, and then you've dashed off and done whatever you're doing. You've not actually sat down to address it, or sat down to actually think about what's going on, because I'm getting the impression that you keep yourself really busy.
Okay.
Yeah, do you recognise that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's happening is you're feeling this discomfort, but you're not recognising it, and you're not working with it because you're just running around. So what you need to do is, what I would advise and what would help you is, if you get a pen and paper, or if you've got a journal, sit down and just write. And just, if you want to swear, if you swear, then do that, or just write whatever comes into your head and start to express what this, the word they're giving me, it's a low-lying discontent. And what they're saying is, what Spirit is saying is, if you write that down, then you can start to identify it and then start to make changes. But the first thing is to actually acknowledge and recognize it. And it is something that you can change, because it's the way you're feeling about things. It
Right.
feels like the situation has got a negative spin on it, and the negative spin is just taking you down and down, and you can change that. Does that make sense?
Yes, because I feel like it's more about myself, my self-esteem,
Yeah.
that it's like really low.
Yeah.
So that's what I have noticed. And right.
Yeah. And I would write that down. And also, it is worth, if you want help, it's worth getting help with that, because in my experience, it took me 20 odd years to sort my stuff out. And in the last 5 or 6 years, I've had coaching, and my life's moved on phenomenally. So my advice to you would be to write down what you're feeling. You don't have to work it out, but see if there's someone that can help you.
Okay.
Because it's always easier when you're not doing it by yourself.
Okay. It's like some counseling or. Okay.
Yeah, counselling, or a mediumship reading, or, talking to someone. Does that help at all?
Oh. Yeah, it does. And is there anything else that you guys, any other cards or anything else that you see besides?
I think what I'm getting as well is to start to be kind to yourself, because you can be quite critical of yourself, is what I'm being told, and that doesn't help. A great book, the first book that I worked with that led me to becoming a Louise Hay Heal Your Life teacher, was her book, Heal Your Life. You Can Heal Your Life. And that's got exercises and things in, and there is a workbook where you can actually follow that through. So that's a cheap way of doing it if you want to work by yourself. And you can go all the way up to, having coaching to have somebody help you with it, but it's your choice how you feel. Does that help?
It does.
Cool. How, let me ask you a question. How motivated do you feel to actually do what I've asked or what I've suggested?
How much?
Yeah, how motivated? How I'm going to get on with it, or is it like, yeah, all right, I'll give it a go?
I mean, it's gonna help, because I've been trying to do this for some time, because I noticed all of this, and I know that I have to make changes, and it has to start with me.
Bless your heart, indeed. Start with Louisa's book, and if you need help, you know how to get hold of either of us. But, well done you for asking. That's the first step.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Maria. We are going to have to leave it there. It's almost at the end of our show. So I'm going to thank Mags as well for coming on to the show. Once again, Mags, just remind everybody of how they can get hold of you should they want to get in contact.
Okay, my email is magslifetransformationalspecialist.com, or my website is www.magslifetransformationspecialist.com, or find me on Facebook.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, if you want a private reading with me, you can contact me on modern-mystic.co.uk, or go onto any of the Facebook pages. I do regular live sessions, free live sessions, plus many interesting articles as well. So Facebook pages are Mystic Sarah and Modern Mystic. So I'm going to leave it there. Enjoy the new moon, which is coming up tomorrow. Going to be a powerful one. And I shall see you the same time next week. Goodbye for now.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
You know, we live in an abundant universe, and we talk about living in a universe, and most of us are experiencing lack. So I ask you to take a moment to think about your life and where you are experiencing some lack. So is it lack of money? Is it lack of relationship or a loved one? Is it lack of creativity or lack of abundance in some way? So take a second to decide where your lack is. And what we want to do is we want to give in the area that we feel lack. So when you feel that you are lacking money, you're going to want to give a little bit of money. And I don't mean give the kitchen sink away, but give a little money, give a little more of a tip, or give a homeless man $1 or something, just in the energy of giving. If you feel lack of love, give love. If you feel lack of creativity, give somebody else a creative. So I remember one time I have coaches. Have 3 to 5 of them a week, and it was right around this time of the year, I think, when people were getting busy, and all of a sudden we were all like, oh, I can't make it, and oh my gosh, I just suddenly was like, what's going on? And a part of me was like, everyone's just busy, but then I was thinking, oh my gosh, do they not love me? What's going on? Maybe I'm, I don't know what's happening. Why are all my calls falling away? So I just decided in that moment, I wrote up a text and I said, I wrote every single one of my friends a text telling them how much I love them and how much I appreciate them. And I have to tell you, within 5 minutes, my phone blew up with so much love and so much affection. And it just really lit me up. So when you are feeling lack anywhere in your life, you want to give in that area. So we live in an abundant universe, and where you are experiencing lack is where a lot of times we slink back, right? So my experience with my friends, we all were sort of busy and everyone was canceling calls. There's a part of me that wanted to say and go, well, then forget it. Like, then we're just not friends. Or, you know, like there was this thing, you know, it was like, just slink away, right? And I was like, no, I'm going to step in and I'm going to do this. And whatever happens, happens. So I want to tell you a little story about a man who has a check for $10,000. He goes to the bank and he says, I want to cash this check. And the teller says, well, you've got to sign your name on the back of the check. And he goes, whoa, wait a minute. You want me to sign my name on the back of the check and then give you the check? Well, what if you don't give me the money? And she was like, well, it's banking policy. I have to give you the money. And he was like, I don't know. And they went back and forth and back and forth. And she finally said, you know what, sir, I can't help you. You have to sign the check before I'm going to give you the money. And so he left and he went down to the next bank. Same thing. You've got to sign this check before I will give you the money. He's like, I don't believe that. I'm afraid you're not going to give me the money. So he goes to the next bank. Same thing. She's like, listen, it's banking policy that you sign the back of the check before I can give you the money. And they went back and forth. And the teller just got so frustrated with him. And she picked up a blow-up baseball bat and just hit him over the head with the baseball bat. And he signed the back of the check. He was so startled. He signed the back of the check and he got his $10,000. And money in hand, he goes back to the first bank and he goes, see, I got my money. And the teller goes, well, I'm pretty sure that you had to sign the back of the check before the teller gave you money. And he goes, yeah, but they didn't they explained it to me a little different than the rest of you. And so I love that story because we have to do first before we can receive. So a lot of times, another story, I had a credit card, a huge credit card bill coming, bigger than I've ever really had. And I didn't have the money to pay for that credit card. And I had, maybe I had $600 in the account, and the credit card, it was thousands. And I didn't know how I was going to get that money. So there's a part of me freaking out, but there's a part of me that was like, how can I work this? Because I know this. I know the universe is abundant. And I had $600 in my account, and I've been a percentage tither. I tithe 10% of my income. And I'm looking at it going, I needed to tithe like $400, and that would leave me with $200, which would not get me anywhere near the amount of money I needed for my credit card bill. But I just decided, no, I'm going to tithe my 10%, and I'm just going to trust that this works. So I tithe my $400. And literally, I believe it was within that evening, I got a message from a friend online saying, what's this dream building stuff you're doing? And I said, well, would you like to find out? And she goes, absolutely. And I had a bunch of calls lined up the next day to see if people wanted to join my program. And I had a couple people blow me off. They just didn't even turn up for the calls. And I'm like, what is going on? And finally, there's two of them. I think one of them blew me off. And I sat down and I'm like, what is going on? And immediately my girlfriend called, who I had done a call with, 6 months prior. And she was like, listen, I'm ready. Let's do this dream builder stuff. Let's go. And literally she signed up. And then I said, okay, I've got to go because I have another call from the other person online that asked me about it the night before. And bam, she signed up. So in like 24 hours, I had more money than I needed to pay my credit card bill off. And I just want you to know that it was because I gave before I received the money. I gave the money with faith that I would be provided for. So it's having the faith that you live in an abundant universe, and that where you are experiencing lack is maybe where you need to give a little bit. Maybe you've been holding back or afraid or not in faith. And it is to turn into faith with that 100% trust in the universe, unwavering doubt that you live in an abundant universe and that you will always be provided for, and that what is seeking you, right? So when we step forward, I love that, we say, okay, God, if you just give it to me this time, I promise I will believe in you for the rest of my life, right? That's kind of old, but you know what I'm talking about. And it's really to actually step into it. So if you're stepping into your dream, I had a client earlier and she's about ready to start her own business and she's having cold feet and she's like, oh my gosh, like there's so much money coming out. And I'm like, let's talk about the money that's going to be coming in. And she was like, oh, okay. And then we shifted her energy back into the state of abundance that yes, this is going to work. This is love. This is going to be amazing and beautiful. And I literally just before this got a message from her saying that her business partner had been working some other things online and talking and really sort of jetting them forward. And she was so relieved because that was one of the things she was afraid her business partner wasn't going to follow through. And then they showed up. So it's so beautiful. And when you are feeling lack, give in the area that you are lacking. If you feel lack of love, give in the area where you feel love. If you are lacking in money, give money. If you are lacking in ideas, give someone else ideas. If you are lacking in help, help somebody else, right? So give in the area, a little bug, of where you are lacking. So see this week where you can give and where you can step into the abundance of the universe, where you can have faith that you are being provided for. That's your homework for this week, okay? It's summertime. This is beautiful. Okay, we're going to go to Faye in Brooklyn, New York. I love it.
Hi.
I'll give you this card. Hi, Faye. How are ya?
Good. How are you?
I'm fabulous. What can I help you with today?
Well, I'm kind of looking for advice in career. I just feel like I'm so stuck.
Stuck? Okay. Tell me a little bit. What do you do?
Well, I am teaching right now, but not like in school. And I enjoy it, but I feel like it's not where I'm supposed to be.
Okay, so do you mind me asking, like, what kind of a teacher you are?
I teach in technology.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so a little worn out or just ready for something new, not what you love anymore?
I love it, but I feel like I can't explain it. I feel like it's not I feel like it's not my path anymore.
Okay.
I can't explain it.
Do you have an idea of what you would love to be doing?
For some reason lately, I've been feeling like I need to be somewhere in a more creative mindset. So like create art.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to do a little reading for you, but as a coach, as a life coach, can I give you some advice there too?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So, well, I am getting that there's a life-changing experience coming for you, and it's going to be a blessing, okay? And God is supporting you. The universe is supporting you every step of the way as you're moving toward this. Have faith that you have faith in this transition that you have coming. Your prayers are being answered. So, do you know what faith is? Like pure trust in the universe that it is providing for you every step of the way, right?
Right.
Does that make sense? Okay.
That makes absolutely perfect sense.
Yeah, good. So just remember that. Remember that everything that is happening is moving you in the direction. And even just the fact that you're having this like little, you're like, I just don't think it's for me anymore. And you're beginning, it's kind of like you're in the discovery phase of maybe the next career or the next change in your life. And to feed it, to, dream about it. What would you like to do? Do you know exactly what you want to do, or just kind of in general?
It's weird. Like, I've been having thoughts about painting again. I've been having thoughts about just creating. It's like I used to do this many years ago. And then, I just fed into everybody else who was saying it's not a career for you.
Yeah.
You have to do something different. And I left it.
So it's time to connect to your heart and do what you would love, right?
Yeah.
So what is also going to happen for you is that I want you to start noticing synchronistic events that are happening, like thinking about a friend and then they call you, or, things like that. I want you to take notice of those and those little miracles that happen. We kind of wait for the big miracle, right? It's like, but miracles happen all day long, right? The red light that just is taking forever, right? Sometimes, why is that happening? Where is that? What time frame am I on? And everything is moving in synchronistic time. So I kind of want you to just be in that flow and allow that to bring you to the people that are going to help you move in the direction that you want to go. And when you become aware of the synchronicity and the miracles that are happening on a daily basis, like the sun shining on your skin, just acknowledge that as a miracle. Acknowledge, love that somebody, a friend says, I love you. And you're like, I love you too. Like really, really take that in. And when you begin to open yourself up and be grateful for all of that on a bigger level, you're going to see more of that. And then what's going to happen is you're going to catch the flow like a river, catch the flow, and it's going to take you to where you want to be. So the synchronicity is going to be important, and really, really watching and being aware every day of miracles. Little ones, like I even, every day I wake up, and I'm in gratitude, and I'm like, gosh, my bed is so comfortable. My pillows are so amazing, and I'm going to have a great cup of coffee. And I'm so blessed that I have food in my belly, and that I have hot and cold running water at my disposal, because there are people that don't. And so when we tap into that gratitude, we tap into the miracles, we tap into the synchronicity, you're going to find that you're just like flooded with more of them. And that what it'll do is it'll speed up the process, and it'll help you really figure out where you're going to meet people that are going to be like, well, I do this, or I'm the head of the art department here. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be like, whoa. And it'll happen so much faster than, and I'm not saying that you are, but a lot of people stay in that, well, I just don't know. And ho-hum kind of, just be in the gratitude, be in the light, be in appreciation. And you're going to see this whole thing happen really fast. And then what I want you to do is be in the discovery phase. And just like I said, open yourself up to whatever is coming next. And then when it hits you, right? So your intuition, here's what's going to happen is your intuition is going to go, oh, this is your next move, or this is the direction, right? Because didn't you have like I've got to go back to art, right? There was like a moment when it kind of happened again, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's a flash. Your intuition is a flash. It's like, yes, you need to do this. And then the ego sets in and goes, well, you're not going to make enough money. Are you going to be able to support yourself? Is this really the direction I want to go? Am I going to, do you know what I mean? So wait for that flash.
Absolutely.
And hold on to that. And then begin to take action steps in the direction. So the universe rewards action. So we can think positive thoughts all day long, but it's not going to actually move you. So when you meet that person in synchronicity, on the train or whatever, when you meet that person, follow through with it. When you, whatever it might come, follow through. The action is what is going to move you in that direction. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. We only have another second, so I'm trying to think. Let me just give you a little bit. Yeah, you're good. And easy does it.
Thank you.
The universe wants you to just be in health, happiness, and abundance, and you'll find your way to wherever you want to go, okay?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Good luck.
Thank you. Take care.
Yes, thanks. You too. Take care. And my name is Rebecca Urich. This is the High Frequency Channel. You are tuning in for transformation. And right after the show, join me live. Actually, give me about 5 minutes at 9:05. I am going to go live with 3 readings on my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. So give me a couple minutes and join me there for some free readings. And that would be 6:05 West Coast time. I'd love to have you there. You are fabulous. Have a beautiful day. Namaste.
Hi, cats and kittens. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic, just like it says on your screen. And I've had a great day. How have you guys? Happy summer. I hope your summer is going great. I had a day just doing what us psychics do, sitting around, seeing the unseen, knowing the unknowable, having a donut, usual. And I hope you are on vacation. I hope you're having a great summer. It's a very special night tonight for all of us. There's a super black moon, which sounds kind of cool. You've heard of blue moons. That's when there are 2 full moons in 1 month. A black moon is when there are 2 new moons. When the moon, we can't see the moon in 1 month. It's very unusual. And a super moon, super duper moon, is when the moon is very close to the Earth in its orbit. So it's a super black moon. And let me tell you what a super black moon means in your life. It means new moons are always a great time to begin something new, to set fresh intentions. So especially right now, because Mercury is leaving retrograde where it's been for the last month. So if you've had text messages that aren't going through, or even worse, going through the wrong people, or you've had transportation difficulties, that ends now for the next few months. But the super new moon, super black new moon, is terrific for setting intentions. So at 11:11 p.m. tonight, when the new moon really starts, is just to make a couple of strong intentions tonight. Like I'm starting a new diet. So I'll let you know how that goes. It's a good time to quit smoking. It's a good time to change the way you communicate with people or make a strong intention about how you do that. If you want to learn to communicate better or you want to be heard more, it's a good time to do that. And so set your alarm clock for around 11:11. And when it goes off, take the next 15 minutes or so and just kind of take a deep breath and say out loud, hello, universe. I am making a strong intention to eat better, stop smoking, or have better communication with people at work, or receive a lot of money. So, and let me know how that goes. Okay. Now, as we do every week, we're going to do the psychic weather forecast using really seriously randomly selected tarot cards, which I have right here. We can do 3. Okay, the first one. Oh, this is a good time to, for instance, present a new idea to your boss. Or if you're a freelancer, it's a really good time. Let me put this over here. Ta-da! It's a really good time to it's a time when you can present something to authority, as the guy in the card is doing. And we've got Sunshine in Boston, Massachusetts. So hi, Sunshine. This is going to be 2 more cards. Thanks for your patience. I love Boston.
All right, no worries. Thank you.
Thanks, Lev. One of my great idols, Amanda Palmer, is a Boston girl. So anyway, if you get a chance to see Amanda's new show or buy her record, There Will Be No Intermission. Highly recommend it. So it's a great time to take new projects to authority. Or if you're an artist looking for a gallery or anything like that, great time to do it. This week also, you might receive news of, this is sometimes a pregnancy card, or you might be in line for a raise. This is the Page of Pentacles. The other thing this can mean is a child around you who's very grounded. He might be also earth sign, Virgo, or she, or them, Virgo, Capricorn, or Taurus. So this child might be pulling your focus in a good way, but it's always anything to do with pentacles always is sort of lucky and usually presages something really good. Oh, and the last card, this is a perfect super black full new moon card. And the Fool card, he's about to start a new project. It does look as though he's about to step off a cliff, but that's actually a metaphor. It's always a step up and the beginning of a new journey in your life, whatever that means to you. Starting a new project, it's a perfect time for it. And this card supports that. So as the German poet and philosopher Goethe once said, whatever you can do or dream you can do, begin it. Boldness has genius and power and magic within it. Cool. Okay, now we're on to Sunshine. Sunshine on my shoulders. Okay, maybe not my shoulders. Hi, Sunshine, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. That is a beautiful name. Life-giving and bright and just very cheery. And I'd like to ask before we start, you're welcome. Before we start, I like to ask people to just tell me their birthday because it's a way of connecting to you. So what day is your birthday, my love?
Sure. January 14th.
Oh, cool. Capricorns. Awesome. We love Capricorns right here. Yeah. Okay. Did you want a specific question or would you like me to do like a deep dive? Well,
I was kind of generally wondering about my future. There's been a lot of confusion as next steps, where to go. Anything at all that you think would be helpful in my journey.
Okay, great. Well, you sound quite young. So did you just get out of college or is that?
No, I haven't been back to school yet. I've been trying to figure out what I want to do in life. I have a young daughter, so just trying to figure it all out.
Oh, congratulations. Well, the first thing I'm getting from my, if you don't mind me using the word guides, from my guides, is that A, you're really smart, and B,
thank you.
Going back to any kind of school, although it may seem impossible, but I was just talking to a friend of mine named Emily Carding, who went back to school after she had her beautiful daughter, and she went to theater school in England, and now she's got a really successful show coming up at the Edinburgh Fringe. So when I say like I think you should go back to school. I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying it because you have an interesting mix of both creative energy and I think this comes in handy with a kid, the ability to sort of manage tasks well. You might not have had it before, but you have it now. So let me see what the cards say. Yeah, what the cards say, it looks like you're doing some sort of job that you don't, I hope your boss isn't listening, that you don't really like that much. Or I got the work card upside down. So that says to me that you're really feeling the need to go bigger in your life. And and is your daughter, so I got the Page of Swords for your daughter. So is she a Libra, Gemini, or an Aquarius? Just say yes. I'll give you $20. Nope. No, kidding. Okay. That's $20. When is her birthday? Just out of curiosity.
No worries. She was born May 9th.
Oh, good. Okay.
May 9th.
In that case, the Page of Swords probably indicates that she's very quick and she might like technology. Does she? And she might like.
She loves watching TV.
Yeah, she really does. But there's a reason for that. She's actually very creative. And if you find her singing or dancing, stop her immediately and make her become an accountant. But no, kidding. But I think she has. But she's a very sunny child, speaking of sunshine.
She sure is.
Yeah. I mean, she's the kind of kid that I don't know how you walk down a street with all the people coming up to you and going, "Oh, she's so radiant and gorgeous and adorable," and you probably have to get sunglasses on.
Overwhelming amount of attention.
Overwhelming. I think she's got some Leo in her chart, so that would make sense. So anyway, back to you. It does look like I do feel that you have a strong creative streak. Am I right about that? And by creative, I don't necessarily just mean Good.
I love art. I love music. Singing's my passion. That's what I would love to do with my life to heal the world. Is sing.
Well, I'm not going to say you can't. I mean, 20 years ago, when I was sort of a kid, I was in New York and I decided I wanted to be a professional singer. And within a year, I was singing at town hall. So you never know what you can do until you do it.
Right.
And as I said, it's a good time to, if you want to do some sort of, oh, wow, it looks like a lot of structures in your world just sort of got taken away from you. Is that true? A lot of things that you relied on or thought you would be able to rely on?
Yeah, my life was essentially ripped out from under me. I'm in a really rough transition period right now.
Honey, yeah. This card at the foundation, that's your life being ripped out from under you. I remember the last time I got that card a lot. However, let me tell you the good news. The good news is, I'm so glad to see this card. I can't even tell you. The good news is this is what's coming up for you. Ignore the bad manicure. When you get the Wheel of Fortune card, it essentially means, wow, your luck has sucked. and it's about to take a big unexpected turn for the better. And I can tell you during the period that I got the Tower card. What?
I just got chills when you said that.
There you go. My astrologer friend, Elizabeth Grace, whenever she gets chills, she says, that's like the truth fairy paying a visit. And she's incredibly accurate.
Confirmation and alignment right there.
Wow, you're good. Oh, I like you. So here's what I'm getting. If you wanted to get some sort of temporary thing where you can support yourself, by which I mean, like, if you can go to, something that, some sort of vocational school, and obviously you're much better than that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but something that you can learn quickly that you can do while you're learning about the business, and it is a business, babe, of singing and songwriting, which you can also do, which is interesting. So I would think about I'm because you're very good with people, and you also have a very good sense of color, and you have a very good sense of, well, you're really good with people. So if you wanted to do something like spend a year and just go to like hair school or something, become a colorist, you can make stupid money doing that. And while you're doing that,
I've been actually criticism about hair school since I was 15.
Oh, there you go. Well, my job is to be accurate. However, I think you've got a good voice. And also, I think you should think about the songwriter Jimmy Webb has a great song about songwriting. Jimmy and then WEBB, which you can get for like $1.50 on Amazon. Songwriting is something you'd also be good at. Do you play an instrument?
Growing up, I was in piano lessons.
You'd be surprised how fast they come back if you just get a cheap keyboard or go to Craigslist and get a piano, because your daughter will love that. She's musically gifted as well. That's interesting. The women in your family on your mom's side tend to be musically gifted. I don't think any of them have really explored it to the full, but there's a lot of creativity. Maybe a little past in the ancestor line, but I'm very sorry that you've been through such a rough year, but I can tell you with real assurance, right now, this is where you are. You're looking at your dreams and you're looking at like, okay, what's practical? What can I live with doing that will give me some security, but without my giving up my dreams? Because what they're saying is within a year, you'll have built up enough resources. Meanwhile, you can download an app to practice singing. You can listen to a lot of music and start, and check out open mics. There are so many open mics in Boston, which I'm sure you know. But just the best thing for you to do is get some experience. And I think singing is a great way to go. There's also singing. There's commercial singing. What?
I've since I was 4 years old that I wanted to sing. I've always loved music. It's been my healing, in effect.
Yeah, you're made of music, basically.
That I am.
And
it's what heals me. It's what I live for.
I'm going to say pay attention to that. And Joseph Campbell once said, follow your bliss. And I found that the things in life that make us happiest and light us up are we can make money doing that. Like me. I have a lot of faith in you. And your daughter is delightful. So how old is she now? 4? 3? What?
She's 3 months.
Oh, sorry. I meant 4 months. That's what I meant.
No.
Well, you're going to notice that she's very bright as well as being absolutely gorgeous. Oh my God. She got huge eyes. She's got like little baby eyes and this big flappy lashes. Yeah.
Yep. She got long lashes.
Cool. God. Well, and then I'm going to move on to Melissa in Cedar Grove, but I want to wind up with you by saying, A, the worst is over. Okay? It really is. I guarantee. B, tonight at 11:11, there's a big super new moon. And if you want to set a little alarm so you wake up at 11 p.m. and just make a strong intention to attract money and financial success, and also to wake up the next day sort of knowing exactly what you want to do, because you do have a plan. It's just that you've had confidence taken away from you in the last year and a half, that you're having trouble trusting yourself. But I trust you. You can trust you. You're spot on. You're very intuitive.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
So check out the open mics, get that Jimmy Webb book, get a piano, do this, do that. But honor your gift because you really have one. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good?
And what was your name again?
My first name is Perry, like periwinkle, Peri. My last name is Lyons, like lions, tigers, and bears, but with a Y. So periwinkle, Perry Lyons. And I'm in Facebook. So keep in touch. You're welcome, sweetheart.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Me too. Thanks for being here. Bye, sweetie. I get the best people here. That's so cool. And that girl's really talented. I mean, and I know from talent. She says, conceitedly. I know from talent. Okay, we've got Melissa. Hi, Melissa.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm
good.
So
How are you here. I'm awesome. Thank you.
Good.
Oh, what a nice speaking voice you have. Lovely. Very nice.
I do a lot of stuff on the phone every day.
Good. I know the feeling. All right, my love, tell me when your birthday is. First.
February 9th, 81.
I swear I get more Aquariuses in this show. I feel really lucky. And okay. That's interesting. 81. Okay. 69. 70. I'm trying to figure out your Chinese year, but I'll do that in a minute. So welcome. And boy, you've been going through a lot of transition too. Oh, my head hurts.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, pardon me while I crawl up in a fetal position and sob. My gosh, you have such a great energy for somebody who's just crawled through hell on her hands and knees.
That's an understatement. Thank you, though.
Oh, you really do have a lovely energy. There's a lot of good change coming up for you, which is wonderful because I think you had enough of the other kind. Am I right?
Yes, I have. What kind of changes do you see?
Well, for one thing, I think this is kind of a weird thing to say, but sometimes my guides aren't tactful. If you've recently been a little heavier than you're used to being, all of that is going to fall off in the next 3 weeks. Boom.
Okay.
Or if you've been feeling water weight or anything like that.
Yes, I have. I've had some girl issues going on, which I've held on to the water weight.
Yeah, the water weight is what I was picking up. Damn, I'm good.
Okay.
That's gonna go away. You might want to, I was going to say drink a lot of water, but you are somebody who gets dehydrated very easily, and I think you're a little dehydrated. So drink a lot of water. Also, it feels like a romantic prospect didn't work out recently. Is that the case?
Well, I went through a pretty bad breakup back in December. I haven't dated since. I haven't dated anybody since then.
Yeah.
Is that what you're seeing, that one?
Yeah, I was trying to be tactful. Let me put it a different way. Somebody put your heart in a blender, pulverized it, and then fed it to the cat. Is that?
Yes, that sounds about accurate.
Yeah, there was a lot of deception there. Not on your part, I hasten to say. Possible use of somebody was not dwelling in the palace of truth. Let's just put it that way. It also feels like they might have been hiding some addictions, different kinds of addictions. Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
Like sex addictions, probably.
That was what the porn addiction, sex addictions, yes. And thank heavens you're out of there. Tonight at 11:11, when the super black new moon hits, I want you to make a strong intention to be able to trust yourself and trust others appropriately. That's okay. And call the right man, woman, llama, whatever you want. Maybe not llama, but no judgment. Let me see what I'm getting for you. Okay. Wow, somebody who's like a little older looks like he's coming your way. And he's coming your way. When I get this card, somebody has not been dating. In fact, if you've been leaving the house, I'd be surprised. Because when I get this card for myself, it's like, I'm not going out there. There are mean people. You're waiting on some sort of either inheritance, legacy, or settlement of some kind, it looks like. But either way, don't try not to make excuses. Oh, well, there's something coming, honey, because when I get this, it means that sometimes you'll put off doing stuff because you'll be like, I don't have the money, which, is, if you're going to buy Rolls Royce, no. But otherwise, there are some finances coming your way. Damn. You're also doing something where you're juggling two things at once. I'll get back to that in a second, but you're healing. The strength card is the foundation card for you. The reason I'm talking fast is because we have 90 seconds. The wounded healer card means that your healing time is over, and it's time for you to see how this guy's been hit by those 8 sticks? He's got a bandage in his damn head, but now he's got his own stick. So it's time for you to reclaim the power, go back into the world. There's some stuff you have to fight for, but you're a badass. You can do that. And then what's coming up, thank heavens, the card for you is the single nicest card I like to see. There's somebody coming your way romantically because you've done a huge amount of work in yourself. Huge, because you had to. Everything got taken away from you. Oh boy, that's not a good feeling. However, thank God that person is gone. And if that person ever tries to come back, don't let them ever, even a little. Yeah. In fact,
the romance that you see coming, do I meet them in person?
Really good.
Do I meet them online?
Well, there's actually 2 people coming into your life. You're going to have to choose one you're going to meet online, one you're going to meet in person. Do you do any bartending or something? Because there's something around you being at some sort of... I bartend on the side for my normal job, yeah. Okay, damn, I'm good. Sorry, somebody had to say it. Might as well be me. It's going to be somebody you meet there probably within a month. I'm going to say almost a month to the day. Let me know. My name is Perry, P-E-R-I, Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S. Contact me on Facebook. And because I'm a little rushed, I'm going to give you 15 minutes of a free reading today because there's some more stuff I want to tell you. You're going to meet somebody at your bartending job, and life, when I get the Ace of Cups, girl, the Ace of Cups is like, you ain't seen nothing yet romantically.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, everyone, and hello, my students, fans, and followers. Well, today I want to talk about miracles. I know that many of us not really believe in miracles, or when we are talking about unknown energies, universe, and how we can attract things to ourselves, there's always some sort of question mark from people, especially negative people, that ask you, how could it be possible? How can you attract things to yourself? How can you do this and how can you do that? Well, my answer to those people that is starting to question mark universe and the quantum of energies and miracles and unknown energies is, when you ask, you receive. If you are not asking, you are not receiving. Very simple. You have to ask and you have to receive. How you have to receive? Listen to this one. If you believe what you ask, then you are going to receive. Sometimes you see that, oh yeah, well, yeah, I'm actually believe in this attractions, miracles, unknown energies, but nothing happened to me. I would say why? I would tell you why. Because you are not believing in what you are asking. because you can't see yourself as a wealthy person. You can't see yourself as a famous person. You can see yourself as a healthy person, and you can see yourself wherever you want to be because you're not believing that is going to happen. The first very important law is that you have to believe in yourself and your thought, and you have to believe what you are asking. If you are not believing, there's no attractions of energies that come into you. The only things that come into you is doubt, never gonna happen, negative people, toxic energies, and even more. Because you put yourself in the doubt situation. Stop doubting. Start acting. How? Start believe in yourself and believe in what you want, and then stop question marking where, how, and with whom I would get this and I will go there. That's not your business. That is universe business. It sounds like you are going to the restaurant, very luxurious, very nice, very gorgeous restaurant, and there is a lot of people around. If you are not ordered the food is not coming to your table. But when the guy or the girl come and ask you what you want, and you tell exactly what you want, then you are not asking the cook, what did he exactly done? How much ingredients or whatever you actually use to make this kind of meat to me or this type of the food or whatever. You are not asking. That's what exactly you have to stop. How, where, and when. All you had to do, and you have to, is just start believing in yourself and start asking to receive. So back to studio, and you are guys listening to A1R. And this is Fiona, Persian medium. I am Hover. And by the way, happy Wednesday. So I had a caller. Let's just see. Well, hello, Jojo. How are you doing?
I'm okay, honey. How are you?
I'm doing very well. You're from England. Wow. How's everything there?
Yeah.
Wow, I love it. So is it cold? Is it dark? Is it like, what time is it?
Over in England, we are 10 past 3 in the morning.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Okay. And here actually in California, it's almost about 7-7. Well, let's say that 7-7 is kind of good number, and 7-7 is actually the lucky number. And I feel like that could be lucky for you too. So first, my dear, I would love to hear about your date of birth, and then shoot your question and tell me what you have in your beautiful mind and your heart and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
My date of birth is 27/11/65.
Okay.
What was the next question you asked me?
Next question is about, what do you exactly you want to know about your time and what you have in your beautiful mind and your beautiful heart? Please go for it.
I want to know if my little baby's okay, because I lost her a long time ago, many years ago, and people were telling me that I was silly because I wanted to talk to her. Basically, a lot of that on my father, because I think a lot about my dad as well.
How old was she? How old was she when you lost her?
She was 8 months old.
Okay. And the reason that you lost her and the reason that she passed?
She had heart problems, and she passed through a viral bronchiolitis.
Well, the good news and the connection that I figured right now is about to tell you that she's in a good place, because when I trying to focus on her and her energies right now, I see her around water, an ocean, place with the ocean. Yes, place with the ocean, like an ocean view. She's living around the ocean. She's close to the water. And I feel that that water is too blue, kind of like blue-green, kind of type of water. So that type of feeling telling me that she is right now in the place that she always wished to go as a trip, or some places that she always loved to go. So it sounds like ocean and ocean view, the place that she's living, and the best place ever that you can imagine. That means she's in a good place. Number two, she got her dream come true because she's exactly in that place that she always wanted to be. And number three, she's not alone. It sounds like one of the family members or someone that was very connected to you and dear to you is around her as well. So she's not alone.
Oh my. Cool.
She's also
that is really cool. Wow.
Yeah. Also telling me about yard or some plant. I don't know what she's trying to tell me, but it's all about a plant, a green plant. It could be a backyard. It could be a summertime. She's trying to tell me about something good, something as a nice memory about summer or some of those summers that you guys had. It sounds like that she's trying to tell you about like she always reminds herself about that. So you got it? So there is the balance of backyard, green plants, and timing. And it's all about remember that summer. That is the message that I'm receiving from her right now. And she's saying that she's not in pain. She's happy and she feels very good. She's connected to you and telling you about your health, what is going on with your health. Sounds like that she is worried for you. Sounds like that she wants you to come down and relax. She's around you and she's never left you. She always listening and can hear you very well. So that's why I wanted you to just relax every night before you go to bedtime. I wanted you to relax and concentrate and feel her. By feeling her and connecting, she will come to your dream and will answer to one of your questions that you have for a long time. She's talking about a young gentleman. I don't know whom is this, but I have to tell you, she's telling you that don't worry about him. Or let that person to not be worried about him. He's going to be all right. So somehow...
He's going to be okay.
Yes. That is exactly what she's telling me right now. I feel, I sense, and I can't even smell this beautiful lady. And I feel that she has some special perfume, maybe smell that she was really been in love with. And I can feel that smell so good. And I wanted you to just wear that type of the perfume or something that she wore. Or maybe you used when you was around her, when she was alive. So try to use the same.
Wow. My favorite perfume. Little bugger. She'd be spraying it out around my bedroom, wouldn't she?
She loved it. And she wanted you to continue and do it because she is always going to be around when you do. It sounds to me you're fresh and you make the all energies around and surround you to feel good about her and you when she was alive. She misses you. She thanked you for everything you did for her. She appreciated you for whatever you do for that young man. I don't know who he is, but... And she's telling you, you should never give up because I'm always going to be around and surround you.
Ooh.
I understand.
Yeah. I miss her too. I miss her quite a lot.
She misses you too. But she's around you. That's the only good news. I mean, listen. She knows where you are. She knows what you're doing. She knows what type of perfume and spray and whatsoever you are using around. That means that she's around you. That means that you feel her every single night and day. What are you waiting for? Talk to her. Communicate with her. Ask her.
I got told that I was silly I went to see somebody and they told me that I was silly, that my daughter would never be around me because once they'd gone, they'd gone. And I said, no way.
Absolutely.
You know, she did something for me.
Wow.
That she did something for me that was really special. She did me a picture on my mirror in my bathroom. And every other day I used to write back to her. I used to put a love heart on and write back to her, I know I love you too. You know, but then people were coming in my property and telling me that I was silly and that, and it waylaid me a little bit. But I really wanted to hear you say to me that I'm not silly. I know that she's around me, so that's really puts a different light on everything, doesn't it? And I am very spiritual. So yeah, cool.
Well, she's around you, and you've been right. Mom always had right. Remember that. There is no one in the earth that could be like mom, that could sense her kids, alive or not alive. That's why you as a mom can sense your daughter from the head to toe, even she's not around and she's not alive. We think that when someone died and it's all done. Well, not. They are in a good place.
I believe in the afterlife, that they carry on. They've just finished their life on Earth and they're going to carry on elsewhere.
Yeah.
You know, I know that when you pass, like myself, I've been here many times, years and years before, and I get a lot of visions as well, premonitions of other people that I feel in my heart that I need to help them so that they can move on. And that's what I've been trying to do. The gentleman she's on about is a very good friend of mine. And I've been helping him. You know, wow. It's been really good, hasn't he? Robert, it's been really good. Yeah.
What she mentioned to you as well. So that means that what you are doing right. And what others says, completely ignore. And try to not even ask yourself twice if whatever they said has any kind of legit or somehow it's correct, because it's not. No. And keep in your power as a mother, because mother always sends her kids, no matter what, alive or not alive. So all I wanted you to do is just connect with her before the bedtime, 10 minutes before. Just say her name 10 times. You don't need to talk loud. You can actually have it inside, but 10 times, has to be 10 times. And then close your eyes and tell exactly what you want to feel and sense about her. I promise you, the same night or the day or the night that you do, she's going to come to your dream and she will talk to you. Willing to.
Can I just ask you something? Could you ask her which crystal? She keeps moving one of my crystals. I have a big crystal box in my bedroom, and some of the crystals on there are the really special ones, and she keeps moving them, right? I know that she moves them because I smell her around me. It's a particular one that I keep moving because I keep trying to hide it from her, so play games with her. And I'm just wondering whether...
There is the crystal that has some color on, and it's telling me about when the light and the sun standing on top of that crystal, you can see the purple and light blue color in that crystal. So that's what she meant, and that's what she touched.
Yeah, the rainbow one. My rainbow one, the big one.
Yep. Yes. That's what she's telling me.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Have this crystal more around. Use this spray all the time. And don't give up to talk to your daughter. And remember, we think that she passed, but she is more aware than us. She knows what's going on in about us than we know about us. So that's why I wanted you to just go for it and believe in her, her energies, and her love is still around. And never doubt about your mom or mother's sins, which whatsoever you sense and feel and connect, it's completely correct. I wanted you to continue and never doubt. So I have many callers, almost about 6 or 7. So I need to say goodbye to you because now I'm gonna have one more. So thank you so much, gorgeous. Have a great one and wish you the best. For more information, PersianMedium.com, Abby.Vice.com, and A1R. So back to studio, and I have Jana. Hello, Jana from Paris. How are you doing?
Hello. Hello. Thank you.
Oh my God, I love your energy, girl. Wow.
Thank you. It's wonderful to speak to you. I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I'm excited with this beautiful energy. I'm excited too. I don't know what to do now. It's kind of like it's cold in my backyard, but just I feel like now with this beautiful energy, it's like I'm getting warm now. Okay, so
I'm a very positive person.
Oh, sure. Gorgeous. Give me your date of birth and then shoot your question. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Yes, I do have any messages for me from my mom. My mom passed 2 years ago. My ex-husband is living with me, and he's dying of stage 4 cancer, and I'm going through a lot right now. And I'm wondering if you have any messages for me.
Well, the first things that I can see she's telling you is like, do you remember what you told me when I was sick? So I'm going to tell you the same things. Everything going to be all right. That was exactly what she was telling me. So she reminded you about, do you remember what you told me when I was sick? So she's trying to motivate you and letting you know that you should not give up. And believe in miracles. Listen to me. I mean, I may have lots of clients actually with cancers and many cancers, or like from all types. Okay. I believe in miracles because almost 25 of those people who was indirectly and directly my client, they've been cancer free after whole. When the doctor already said, sorry, it's not happened. I'm sorry, just go home and have fun with your family and just like count on day and night and see like when is going to be the time. So I'm telling you tonight, the same way as your mother says, you do not give up on your husband, and you do believe in miracle stronger than ever you could imagine. Believe in the universe energies, in the or in your power inside, that if whatever you want, whatever you wish, just ask and receive. Your mother trying to tell you, you are not the person to give up easily. Then don't give up, because there is reason.
No, I'm not. He's my ex-husband, and I don't want to see him die on me. And I'm wondering what messages my mother has for me. I mean, it's really, I haven't talked to my mother for a while, so I'm wondering what she's got for me in store. What messages has my mom got for me?
She is telling you, change your look again or do something with yourself. It sounds like you forgot about yourself a long time. It sounds like you just don't know what to do. Do something with your hair. Do something, and that is exactly what your mom says. Be silly. Be happy.
Do something with my hair.
That's what your mom says. Yes. And she,
okay.
So I know it's telling you to be silly again and have fun and laugh and try to cry when you feel that you have to cry. So don't.
That's something she would say.
So don't try to hide your emotion. If you feel that you need to cry loud and clear for yourself, do it. That's what your mom says. Don't hide your emotion, my dear. Try to look at yourself and change your style of your hair and maybe the color. you should not give up on him. And I'm telling you that life is about you and what you are thinking and how you feel. Then feel positive, bring positivity around him, and don't worry about if he's going to pass or not, because as far as I'm concerned, he's going to be all right.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you.
Your mom is very proud of you. Whatever you did in the last couple, maybe months, days, weeks, past 3 months, your mom is very, very proud of you. She always been.
I changed boyfriends. I have a good boyfriend now.
She's proud.
She would love him. She loved him. I have a good boyfriend that she loves.
Yes. And that's what she's telling you. I'm proud of you that you moved on. I'm proud of you that you're helping him right now. Even when you found a new boyfriend and you're still there for him, she's proud of you because you have a beautiful, kind heart. And you always want to give this beauty of kindness to people, no matter who they are and where they are. So continue to be nice. Continue to be this angel. This is what your mom wants. And don't forget this. Try to have fun. This is what your mom wants. Have fun. Be silly and just have fun. That's all you need to do.
Oh, I love you. Thank you.
You're very welcome, gorgeous. So I may have just about maybe 60 or 90 seconds or maybe less than 1 minute. I have to maybe say goodbye. Or no, I still have some minutes. Oh, stay with me, baby. So now, last word. What do you want to tell to your mom? If I am your mom and I stand in front of you, last word, what are you going to tell her? Come on.
I want her to know I love her and how much I miss her and how much I'm dealing with life down here without her. And I really need her to stay with me in my life because I love her.
She loves you back, and she's proud of you, and she's around you. She knows what you are doing. She knows how you feel. She knows where you are going, and she knows everything about you.
I just want her to stay with me for the rest of my life and never leave me, and I'll be okay.
She's going to be. Your mom would never leave you. I promise you. She's always around. Now, I have to say goodbye. For those that want to communicate with me in a person, or better say directly, I want to go to PersianMedium.com, PersianMedium@gmail.com, or A1R, or AvidAdvice.com. Have a great one, and see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock Pacific time. Bye-bye.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening, everyone. I hope you are all well this evening and doing good after last night's supermoon, black moon, all kinds of energy going on with that moon. I had a really tough time sleeping last night, and energies were high and probably not in the good way. I was a little bit cranky, as my husband could attest. But here we are, first day of August, and we have a retrograde behind us. Thank goodness. That seemed like it lasted forever. So I am looking forward to the new energies that the new moon is, or that the supermoon is bringing to us this month. And of course, I had a great topic I wanted to talk about tonight, and Spirit said, nope, I think you're going to talk about this one. So here we go. I'd like to just chat with you a little bit about letter writing. This might seem a little strange to you, but it is a great way, especially if you are grieving the loss of a loved one. It kind of helps get you through some of those really rough patches. And actually, we had to write what is called a love letter to our parent who had passed away as part of an assignment of my master's class that I am diving deep into right now. And so what that entailed was just me sitting down and, in a relaxed situation and just starting to write down some of the things that I was having a hard time with, that I was grieving, that I missed about my dad, or things that I was mad at him about, mad for leaving when I wasn't ready for him to leave. And, it's been about 2.5 years since my dad has passed, and I've done a lot of work around the whole grieving process and him being gone, and I really felt like I had a pretty good handle on it. And as I sat down and I wrote the letter, I was really amazed at what came out. And when you're sitting down to write a letter like this, you just write everything out. Anything that comes to your mind, write it down. And then after you're done with your letter, then you can do a ceremonial burn. Now, what I mean by a ceremonial burn is that you find maybe it's a bowl full of rocks, maybe it's your fire pit, maybe it's your fireplace. Whatever you do, find a very safe environment to do your burn. I usually like to write my letters on tissue paper, so then that way I can put it in a ceramic bowl and light it and let it burn. And it burns very quickly, very easily, and it doesn't smoke up the house like regular paper would. So what you do is you take it and you put your paper in a bowl or in a safe place, and you light it. And then you just sit there in quiet, in contemplation, and you let it release. You let it release from the letter, you let it release from yourself. And there's something very spiritual about watching it burn. That the fire, is very is very intense energetically. That's what it gives. The fire underneath us for our determination, and to watch it and watch the smoke. Because a lot of times our loved ones will come in and they'll start using the smoke as a way to communicate with us. You might see a heart. You might see a letter. It's really interesting in what you can see in the smoke. And this is really evident when you use tissue paper. I found it more with the tissue paper, something about the substance of it. The smoke is lighter and it has a tendency to dance more through the atmosphere than just burning regular paper. But you can use regular paper too. So once that is, once the paper has burned and it's released into ashes, then it begins what is called a renewal in your soul, in your being. Now you can write this letter as many times as you need to. It's really, really good to do ceremonial writing and burns during new moons and super moons. So like the energy that we just had, last night was a perfect time to do that. In fact, my husband and I actually did letter writing and ceremonial burns, and it was more about what we were wanting to release from our life that wasn't working for us any longer, and then bringing in all of the good stuff that we want to happen over the next few months, what it is we want to manifest, what is it we want to see happen in our life. And so, especially during these times with these super moons and everything, can be really powerful times to do the letter writing and the ceremonial burns. Also, you can do them during the solstice, during the summer solstice and the winter solstice. Those are very typical times to do those types of letters, releasing what no longer serves you and bringing in what you want to see to come into your life. So try that. But the ceremonial burn and the letter writing for grieving a loved one is really powerful. It's a way for us to express ourselves and to get it out of our bodies, to get it out of our system so that we can move on and we can move past and we can move through those feelings with greater ease. And just being able to release that energy so that it doesn't carry in our bodies and cause illness for us. Because as you know, any anger, any sadness, anything like that that's kept pent up in our bodies can actually start physical signs of illness. So you want to be able to get that out and release it. And, don't worry if you don't know what you're going to write. Just put your pen to paper and start with a thought. And once you start with a thought and you go from there, it will just come naturally and you'll be amazed at what comes through. But don't keep that paper. Make sure that you burn it, you shred it, you do something in a manner that means something to you in order for you to release the energies from that and to release it from you. That's the most important thing. So I hope that helps. The very best in your letter writing. I have been actually doing this quite a bit, and it's really been amazing what has come forth to me in the process of doing that. And as you do it more, you get better and better at it, and you get more relaxed at it. And then when that happens, things just flow naturally. So good luck with that. Right now, we are going to go to the call lines. And we have Cynthia in Schererville, Indiana. Good evening,
Hello.
Cynthia.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. How are you this evening?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
And how are you this evening? What can we help you with?
I'm not sure.
I can just give you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do general readings, or do you want me to just ask a question? I'm not sure because I wasn't sure how you wanted me to approach this.
You know, I can do either way. If you have a question in mind, I would be happy to look into that for you. If you want a general reading, there's always something really fantastic and interesting that you weren't expecting, or sometimes what you were expecting. So it's however you would like to do that.
Yeah, if you want to just do a general, that would be fine.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Let me take a couple of minutes here and just kind of tune in and see what your loved ones are wanting you to know. And so there's going to be just a little bit of silence here as I tune in, but I'll be right back with you.
Okay.
Okay. So I am getting a mother figure coming forward. This person, she either is a mother, possibly an aunt, that has passed away. Is your mother still living?
No.
Okay. She has a fantastic personality. She's very joyous, very bouncy. I see her in the kitchen a lot. Did she enjoy cooking or baking?
No, not really. Not her. Mm-mm.
Not her?
My grandmother, my grandmother, her mother, but not really my mother.
Okay. Okay. It's possible that that the grandmother is coming through just a little bit stronger. I'm feeling like both of their energies are kind of intermixing a little bit, but they're showing me cooking in the kitchen. That there was like this ceremonial process kind of that happened when they were in the kitchen. It's almost like I'm being shown like a cafeteria line. It's just like lines of food just keep going, just keep rolling through. It's bringing to mind my grandmother, and she lived on a farm, and that's the way it was. It was just lines upon lines upon lines of food, and they finished one meal and then they started another. And so this is what I'm being what I'm being shown right now. She's bringing that awareness that the lines and lines of food coming through, and she's showing me that it's a representation of almost what you are going through right now. That you just feel like there's this never-ending, like a never-ending cycle of things that are going on, and you're kind of waiting for that break where you can intervene, and you feel like you just never get that break, that it just continues on and on and on. Are you looking at a job change?
No, not really. No.
Okay. Is your job description changing at all? Because
well, I was in the medical field, and now I'm actually what's the word? Working on my skills as a psychic myself.
Okay. Okay. I'm also being shown I'm being shown crystals. I don't know if you are working with crystals right now, or no. There is a gravitation for you to work with crystals. And in fact, before I came on to the show, I was just sitting here I was sitting here quietly and I was getting that one of the callers was going to be involved with the crystals, and now I'm being shown that it was you.
Okay.
So you have some healing abilities, and I'm being shown that the crystals can add to that. Even if you get, like, there's a deck of cards, like, I'm not tarot cards, but like angel card reading cards. There's a deck out there that's specifically for crystals. And so I'm being shown that you should bring that into your practice, even into your own personal daily practice, because this is going to give you some guidance and some insight to some things that you need to know.
Do you have any idea, like, what kind of healing abilities they have? I mean, are you getting anything on that? Curious.
I see a lot of what I'm being shown is like aura healing.
Oh, okay.
They're showing me that there isn't like a real particular modality for you. Just you and your presence alone can bring around those healing capacities.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm writing this down. So, okay. All right. And also, do you see, like, for, within the next year, or, I don't know how far, like, into the future you can see, but do you see, like, anything happening with me as far as, like, because I left the medical profession, and do you see, like, me, like, expanding with a healing, business or anything like that, or, anytime soon?
Yes, actually I do. As they're actually showing me that you're a medium. You're more than just a psychic. So when people say that someone is psychic, psychics can kind of they perceive the energies, whereas mediums, they are actually they're the channels. They're brought visions. They are brought emotions through smelling, tasting. They hear things. Sometimes they can actually hear spirit voices. And they're saying that you would do really well to try to find someone who could help you expand on your abilities. There's a lot of people out there teaching mediumship. Of course, I'm very, very partial to the gal who teaches mine. If you're interested, you can reach out to me on my Your Time to Shine Facebook page, and you can message me, and I can.
Your time to shine. Okay. Okay. Oh, wonderful.
And I can give you some names to get in touch with. But they're saying that right now you are getting a lot more information than you even realize. They're asking me to ask you, do you do you talk to yourself in your head? Do you have conversations? Do you answer yourself in your head?
Yes, I do. Yes. Yeah. I was just laughing yesterday because I was in the kitchen and I was talking to myself, and I thought, oh my God, but I have a daughter and a husband that live here with me, and I thought if they would even just see me right now talking to myself, they would think that I was crazy.
Yeah,
I do.
That's how I receive information. That's one of the hardest abilities to really put your finger on, because you never really know if it's spirit talking to you or if it's your own self talking.
Yeah. I always thought it was myself, that it was myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. So they're just saying that you really have an amazing gift, and if you could find someone to really help you hone in on those gifts, that you can just be really amazing at this. I mean, it's really fantastic.
Okay. Oh wow, I'm getting tingling all over my body just listening to you. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Yep. Well, thank you so much for an very uplifting message and reading. Thank you. And you are so welcome. I have your time to share, and I definitely will message you. And if you would be, willing to share names with me, I would really appreciate that. So I'll message you, soon. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And that's your time to shine.
Oh, to shine. Okay, that's right. Okay. I need to put my glasses on here. I can't even read my own writing. This is terrible. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm too excited now after talking to you. It's like I gotta get grounded here again. Okay. All right. Well,
Cynthia, thank you so much for your time and calling in, and have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right. Next, we have Heba in California. Laguna Hills. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for doing this.
You are so welcome. What can we help you with tonight?
I don't know if we can start with something general. Whatever you have for me, I will be more than happy to listen to.
Okay, perfect. So let me tune in here for just a moment. See what your loved ones have to say, and there'll be just a little bit of silence here as I tune in, and I'll be right back. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have to ask, are you planning a trip anywhere, like a vacation, a holiday?
Actually, I was planning a trip to Mount Shasta.
Mount Shasta. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. So I am seeing that you are going to go on this trip. So if you hadn't really decided, I am being shown that you're going to go.
Okay.
Being in the mountains is, for you, is a really amazing experience. For some people, it's being around water, but for you, it's being in the mountains. It's being in that altitude. It's being in just having that enormous rock in front of you. It's something so powerful, and it talks to your soul. You're hang on just a minute. I'm trying to see what they're trying to tell me. I can't, I'm having trouble understanding what they're saying, but it's like you're an earth child. You're very grounded. Going out into walks into nature, getting out and having your feet in the dirt, is something that really grounds you and really helps you get through some tough times. If you're going through tough times, this is how you get through them.
Okay.
Do you like to garden?
No, at all.
Not at all. Interesting, because I'm being shown that you have fairies in your yard.
I'm sorry, what?
Fairies.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. And they're there blessing your land, and blessing your home. So you might look into putting in like a little fairy garden. If you Google them, you can make little pots with little fairy little figurines and houses and things like that, because they are there. They're around with you. And
it's funny you say that, because I got a message from the other side last week that I have a sprite with me, and I didn't know what that was, and it's a warrior fairy.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, yeah. I didn't know what they were, but it's a fairy, but more of like not the feminine one, but the warrior one, and it was gonna be with me for a while, and I was surprised because I've never heard of a sprint, and now sprint, whatever they're called. But now you tell me fairies. That's very interesting that in 1 week I hear twice about this.
Yeah. So they are there. So definitely look into putting something out there, especially for the fairies. Okay. And actually, we are coming right down to the end of our show. I would be happy to extend this conversation with you over at my Facebook page if you are interested. And it is Your Time to Shine.
Okay, I've been waiting for 3 hours.
Oh,
okay.
Contact me on my Facebook page, and I would be happy to carry on the conversation with you. Okay.
Right now, you mean?
So when we get off of the show, absolutely.
Okay. All right. What is your Facebook page?
Your Time to Shine.
Your Time to Shine.
Yep.
Okay, we'll do so.
All right. Well, I will see you over there. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. I'll be in touch in a few then. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that does it for us. Another Thursday night. Thank you for tuning in to us this evening on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. You can catch me over on my Facebook page at Your Time to Shine, also Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or you can catch me over on my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. Have a great evening, everyone. We'll see you next week.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Guidance. Angels Divine Guidance. I'm Angel. I'm Psychic Medium. And I have a few little things to say today. Remember that today is the new black moon, also known as the dark moon. It is the super moon. Today is a great time to do performing of cord cutting rituals. It's also a perfect time to get rid of anything in your life that no longer serves you. So what I like to do on the new moon and the full moon is I do my little ritual. I write down what I'd like to cut cords to, what I would like to get rid of that no longer serves me. And then I burn it with a little bit of sage and I release it to the universe and I let the universe take her over. The other thing this week that has been brought a lot to my attention is I want to just make it known to everyone that we all possess the tools that we need to unlock our hidden potential and help us lead an intuitive and psychic life. Because this week's been a week where everybody says, how did you know you were intuitive? How do you know if you are intuitive? And I'm like, well, we all are. It's just whether we choose to activate it and open it up and enjoy the ride. So like last week, this week I pulled a few cards. So the card that I got for all our viewers today is the Fearless card. Okay, so let's remember with the Fearless card is we don't want to look back on our life and go, what would it have been like? So we need to jump in. Fear is nothing more than we don't have information related to the topic that we're scared of. And we need to turn around and just relax. And we need to start figuring it out and just taking the leap. Run and jump off the dock. Let's have some fun. Okay? Now, we are going to go into our first caller, which is Veronica.
Hello?
Hi, Veronica. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. Now, today I was pulling cards, and your card is the Compassion card. Now, the Compassion card is not just about unconditional love towards others. It's also unconditional love towards ourselves. I get a sense for you, Veronica, that you're kind of hard on yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, I'm just going to get into here. Okay. You need to get a little more easier on yourself. Okay. You're making choices and decisions based on the information that you have at hand. So you got to give yourself a little leeway because none of us are perfect. There's no such thing as 110%. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any particular questions that you wanted to ask me tonight, or did you want me to just dive in?
Just dive in, please.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, Veronica, I'm just going to get in. Oh, I love your energy. You're a very wonderful person. You have a very big heart.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes.
You give the shirt off your back to perfect strangers, which sometimes kind of leads where you get taken advantage of.
Yes.
So you need to keep that in mind, that not everybody is at the same place that you are, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay. You're very intuitive. You've always followed your gut and you've always gone for what you've wanted, no matter what anybody has said.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Let's see. Have you had a little bit of health issues here in the last 6 months? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Know that you're coming to the end of that issue, like that it's going to start resolving itself.
Awesome.
Okay. You just need to start taking a little more you time. I feel like you're a very busy person. You're constantly doing for others and putting yourself last, need I say?
Yes.
Yeah. So you need to start learning the word no. Okay?
Okay.
And it's okay to say no, and it's okay to take time out for you. Just remember that if you don't do this for yourself, you're not going to be able to help other people. because you are going to fall. You are going to fall sick, and you're going to be in a position where you won't be able to help people. So you need to take care of yourself to be able to help others.
Okay.
Does that make sense for you?
Very, very much so.
Yeah. Okay. Who has or had the heart problem in your family?
Other than myself, my dad.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking this is more you.
Yes. Recently it was me. Yes.
Yeah. Are you still having trouble breathing? Because I'm feeling tight in the chest. No?
No. Okay. No, my breathing's fine.
Okay. I'm getting like a tightness in my chest, which leads me to believe that you're either having issues with breathing or you're overdoing it with your heart, which is making you kind of tired.
Yes, I do be tired. Yes.
Okay. So, are you on oxygen?
No, I think that was because at the time I was working two jobs, but now, as a couple of weeks ago, I let them go. I'm only working one now.
Oh, okay. That would explain some of what I'm feeling. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, I'm going to stick with you need to slow down. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Just for the fact that you're going to run into a little more issues if you don't. Like, I'm not a medical doctor or anything. I can only go by what I feel when I'm sensing people's energies. And I'm like I'm getting the heart. I'm getting the heart issue. I'm getting the tight chest. Like I'm going to have a hard time breathing. So you need to slow down and you need to take care of yourself.
Okay. Okay.
And it's okay to ask for help. All right. I know you're used to doing stuff your way, and you're a very independent woman who has conquered the world. So now it's time to say it's okay to ask for help. And I'm saying this through experience because I'm a lot like you. I've conquered, I did on my own. And within the last year, I've had to really ask for a lot of help because I was diagnosed with cancer. And that gave me a great big lesson of you need to ask for help. Okay. And it's okay. It's okay for us to let that guard down and get people to help us. It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Okay? Because, I mean, we're only human and we can only do so much. And the people in your life want you around for a long time. So they're going to understand and they're going to help you.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have 2 children?
I do.
Okay. Okay, so you have a son and a daughter?
A son and a daughter, yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Your daughter's waiting to help you, but she doesn't want to step on your toes.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like she'd love to help you, but she doesn't want to make you feel worse than you already do, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because your daughter has a very big heart like you. She's also an empath, so she feels things a lot.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah. So she really wants to help you, but she's kind of holding back a little bit. So just ask for some help.
Okay.
Are you living in your own house?
I moved here about 8 months ago. It's an apartment.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Because I was going to tell you, like, the yard work was getting to be too much.
Mm-hmm.
So they're showing me that there was going to be a shift or a move. So if you've already made it, that's a good thing. Okay.
Yes. And where I was previously, the yard work had gotten to be too much. So yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because they were showing me that you were really struggling with it. So where you are, you made the right choice to move there if you've been second guessing yourself. I know it's hard to move and have to downsize and give up some of our possessions.
Yes.
Okay. So just know that you made the right choice for yourself. Do you have 3 grandchildren?
No, I have 2, unless there's one on the way.
They're showing me 3. So that could mean there's either another one on the way, definitely, or it could mean that there is somebody like a niece or a nephew that you consider to be a grandchild.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I have 2, but my daughter miscarried a month ago.
Was it a boy?
I don't know. It was only like
I'm getting a feeling that there's 2 boys and a girl for grandchildren.
Okay, I have 2 girls as grandchildren.
Okay, so that's way out there. Why would that be? Yeah, no, that's a really way out there one. Okay, so unless I'm already picking up on caller number 2, I'm just going to leave that one alone.
Okay.
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 Yeah. Okay. Now, you have a question?
Well, I am considering moving at the end of this year. My desire is to move to Florida because my daughter's getting married next week and she and her husband will be doing other things. So my desire is to move to Florida, and I'm just wondering, is this going to be a good move for me?
And you want to do that by next year?
Well, at least by the end of this year. The next year would be fine too. There's really not a rush.
I think I'm not going to say don't do the move, but I'm getting right now you need to stay where you are because you're going to need a little bit of extra help.
Okay.
Okay. And you need to just kind of settle and make sure you get the health issue under wraps.
Okay.
Okay. Because if you're in the middle of getting your health issue under wraps and then you're moving and then you have to switch doctors, that's just going to prolong your health care, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. Other than that, I would just hold off on that move to Florida.
Okay.
Just maybe by the end of next year. But I'm they're strongly telling me you should be staying put for now.
Okay.
You need to get the health under control.
Okay.
Okay. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. Now, do you have any further questions before I move on to my next caller?
Do you feel anything in the business area for me, my own business, or do you feel anything in as far as relationship-wise?
Okay. Business-wise, again, they're really sitting around your health issues right now, and you really need to concentrate on that. Okay?
Will do.
Before you move on, you really need to concentrate on that. Now, they do show that there is a male coming. I don't know if the number 2 means anything to you.
No.
No? Okay, so that could be that this male figure could be coming through to your life in say 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years.
Okay.
It could be the second of a month. It's just watch your twos, okay? And it's going to be you won't be expecting when he's going to come into your life. You might be sitting at the doctor's office. It'll be kind of a situation like that where he's going to
Hello and welcome to the show. This is Soulstar Radio. I'm Jacqueline Closemore, your host, and we're on A1R Psychic Radio and also Moonstruck TV, coming through to you live around the globe and broadcast through the US. Now, I'm joined today by a very lovely lady. I connected with her recently on the show. She called in for a reading, and she herself is actually a reader and also a spiritual coach, and based in Australia and also travelling at the moment. And we've got live with us, of course, Liz Atherton. So welcome to the show, Liz.
Hi, thank you.
Very good to have you here. So tell us a bit about your spiritual journey. Sort of how did that start? What sort of got
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening, everyone. I hope you are all well this evening and doing good after last night's supermoon, black moon, all kinds of energy going on with that moon. I had a really tough time sleeping last night, and energies were high and probably not in the good way. I was a little bit cranky, as my husband could attest. But here we are, first day of August, and we have a retrograde behind us. Thank goodness. That seemed like it lasted forever. So I am looking forward to the new energies that the new moon is, or that the supermoon is bringing to us this month. And of course, I had a great talk.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Guidance Angels Divine Guidance. I'm Angel, I'm a psychic medium, and I have a few little things to say today. Remember that today is the new black moon, also known as the dark moon. It is a super moon. Today is a great time to do performing of cord cutting rituals. It's also a perfect time to get rid of anything in your life that no longer serves you. So what I like to do on the new moon and the full moon is I do my little ritual. I write down what I'd like to cut cords to, what I would like to get rid of that no longer serves me. And then I burn it with a little bit of sage and I release it to the universe and I let the universe take her over. The other thing this week that has been brought a lot to my attention is I want to just make it known to everyone that we all possess the tools that we need to unlock our hidden potential and help us lead an intuitive and psychic life. This week's been a week where everybody says, how did you know you were intuitive? How do you know if you are intuitive? And I'm like, well, we all are. It's just whether we choose to activate it and open it up and enjoy the ride. So like last week, this week I pulled a few cards. So the card that I got for all our viewers today is the Fearless card. Okay, so let's remember with the Fearless card is we don't want to look back on our life and go, what would it have been like? So we need to jump in. Fear is nothing more than we don't have information related to the topic that we're scared of. And we need to turn around and just relax. And we need to start figuring it out and just taking the leap. Run and jump off the dock. Let's have some fun. Okay? Now, we are going to go into our first caller, which is Veronica.
Hello?
Hi, Veronica. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. Now, today I was pulling cards, and your card is the Compassion card. Now, the Compassion card is not just about unconditional love towards others. It's also unconditional love towards ourselves. I get a sense for you, Veronica, that you're kind of hard on yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, I'm just going to get into here. Okay. You need to get a little more easier on yourself. Okay. You're making choices and decisions based on the information that you have at hand. So you got to give yourself a little leap. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Guidance. Angels Divine Guidance. I'm Angel. I'm a psychic medium. And I have a few little things to say today. Remember that today is the new black moon, also known as the dark moon. It is a super moon. Today is a great time to do performing of cord cutting rituals. It's also a perfect time to get rid of anything in your life that no longer serves you. So what I like to do on the new moon and the full moon is I do my little ritual. I write down what I'd like to cut cords to, what I would like to get rid of that no longer serves me. And then I burn it with a little bit of sage and I release it to the universe and I let the universe take her over. The other thing this week that has been brought a lot to my attention is I want to just make it known to everyone that we all possess the tools that we need to unlock our hidden potential and help us lead an intuitive and psychic life. This week's been a week where everybody says, how did you know you were intuitive? How do you know if you are intuitive? And I'm like, well, we all are. It's just whether we choose to activate it and open it up and enjoy the ride. So like last week, this week I pulled a few cards. So the card that I got for all our viewers today is the Fearless card. Okay, so let's remember with the Fearless card is we don't want to look back on our life and go, what would it have been like? So we need to jump in. Fear is nothing more than we don't have information related to the topic that we're scared of. And we need to turn around and just relax. And we need to start figuring it out and just taking the leap. Run and jump off the dock. Let's have some fun. Okay? Now, we are going to go into our first caller, which is Veronica.
Hello?
Hi, Veronica. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. Now, today I was pulling cards, and your card is the compassion card. Now, the compassion card is not just about unconditional love towards others. It's also unconditional love towards ourselves. I get a sense for you, Veronica, that you're kind of hard on yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, I'm just going to get into here. Okay. You need to get a little more easier on yourself. Okay. You're making choices and decisions based on the information that you have at hand. So you got to give yourself a little leeway because none of us are perfect. There's no such thing as 110%. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any particular questions that you wanted to ask me tonight, or did you want me to just dive in?
Just dive in, please.
Okay. So let's see. Okay, Veronica, I'm just going to get in. Oh, I love your energy. You're a very wonderful person. You have a very big heart.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes.
You give the shirt off your back to perfect strangers, which sometimes kind of leads where you get taken advantage of.
Yes.
So you need to keep that in mind, that not everybody is at the same place that you are, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay. You're very intuitive. You've always followed your gut, and you've always gone for what you've wanted, no matter what anybody has said.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Let's see. Have you had a little bit of health issues here in the last 6 months? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Know that you're coming to the end of that issue, like that it's going to start resolving itself.
Awesome.
Okay. You just need to start taking a little more you time. I feel like you're a very busy person. You're constantly doing for others and putting yourself last, need I say?
Yes.
Yeah. So you need to start learning the word no. Okay?
Okay.
And it's okay to say no, and it's okay to take time out for you. Just remember that if you don't do this for yourself, you're not going to be able to help other people, because you are going to fall sick, and you're going to be in a position where you won't be able to help people. So you need to take care of yourself to be able to help others.
Okay.
Does that make sense for you?
Very, very much so.
Yeah. Okay. Who has or had the heart problem in your family?
Other than myself, my dad.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking this is more you.
Yes. Recently it was me. Yes.
Yeah. Are you still having trouble breathing? Because I'm feeling tight in the chest. No?
No. Okay. No, my breathing's fine.
Okay. I'm getting like a tightness in my chest, which leads me to believe that you're either having issues with breathing, or you're overdoing it with your heart, which is making you kind of tired.
Yes, I do be tired. Yes.
Okay. So, are you on oxygen?
No, I think that was because at the time I was working two jobs, but now, as a couple of weeks ago, I let them go. I'm only working one now.
Oh, okay. That would explain some of what I'm feeling. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, I'm going to stick with you need to slow down. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Just for the fact that you're going to run into a little more issues if you don't. Like, I'm not a medical doctor or anything. I can only go by what I feel when I'm sensing people's energies. And I'm like I said, I'm getting the heart. I'm getting the heart issue. I'm getting the tight chest. Like I'm going to have a hard time breathing. So you need to slow down and you need to take care of yourself.
Okay. Okay.
And it's okay to ask for help. All right. I know you're used to doing stuff your way, and you're a very independent woman who has conquered the world. So now it's time to say it's okay to ask for help. And I'm saying this through experience because I'm a lot like you. I've conquered, I did on my own. And within the last year, I've had to really ask for a lot of help because I was diagnosed with cancer. And that gave me a great big lesson of you need to ask for help. Okay. And it's okay. It's okay for us to let that guard down and get people to help us. It's perfectly fine. Okay? Because, I mean, we're only human and we can only do so much. And the people in your life want you around for a long time. So they're going to understand and they're going to help you. Okay. Do you have 2 children?
I do.
Okay. Okay, so you have a son and a daughter?
A son and a daughter, yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Your daughter's waiting to help you, but she doesn't want to step on your toes.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like she'd love to help you, but she doesn't want to make you feel worse than you already do, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because your daughter has a very big heart like you. She's also an empath, so she feels things a lot.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah. So she really wants to help you, but she's kind of holding back a little bit. So just ask for some help.
Okay.
Are you living in your own house?
I moved here about 8 months ago. It's an apartment.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Because I was going to tell you, like, the yard work was getting to be too much. So they're showing me that there was going to be a shift or a move. So if you've already made it, that's a good thing. Okay.
Yes. And where I was previously, the yard work had gotten to be too much. So yes.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome.
You know, we live in an abundant universe, and we talk about living in the universe, and most of us are experiencing lack. So I ask you to take a moment to think about your life and where you are experiencing some lack. So is it lack of money? Is it lack of relationship or a loved one? Is it lack of creativity or lack of abundance in some way? So take a second to decide where your lack is. And what we want to do is we want to give in the area that we feel lack. So when you feel that you are lacking money, you're going to want to give a little bit of money. And I don't mean give the kitchen sink away, but give a little money, give a little more of a tip, or give a homeless man $1 or something, just in the energy of giving. If you feel lack of love, give love. If you feel lack of creativity, give somebody else a creative. So I remember one time I have coaches have 3 to 5 of them a week, and it was right around this time of the year, I think, when people were getting busy, and all of a sudden we were all like, oh, I can't make it, and oh my gosh, I just suddenly was like, what's going on? And a part of me was like, everyone's just busy, but then I was thinking, oh my gosh, do they not love me? What's going on? Maybe I'm, I don't know what's happening. Why are all my calls falling away? So I just decided in that moment, I wrote up a text, and I wrote every single one of my friends a text telling them how much I love them and how much I appreciate them. And I have to tell you, within 5 minutes, my phone blew up with so much love and so much affection, and it just really lit me up. So when you are feeling lack anywhere in your life, you want to give in that area. So we live in an abundant universe, and where you are experiencing lack is where a lot of times we slink back, right? So my experience with my friends, we all were sort of busy and everyone was canceling calls. There's a part of me that wanted to stay and go, well, then forget it. Like, then we're just not friends, or, like there's this thing, it was like, just slink away, right? And I was like, no, I'm going to step in and I'm going to do this, and whatever happens, happens. So I want to tell you a little story about a man who has a check for $10,000. He goes to the bank and he says, I want to cash this check. And the teller says, well, you've got to sign your name on the back of the check. And he goes, whoa, wait a minute. You want me to sign my name on the back of the check? and then give you the check? Well, what if you don't give me the money? And she was like, well, it's banking policy. I have to give you the money. And he was like, I don't know. And they went back and forth and back and forth. And she finally said, you know what, sir, I can't help you. You have to sign the check before I'm going to give you the money. And so he left and he went down to the next bank. Same thing. You've got to sign this check before I will give you the money. He's like, I don't believe that. I'm afraid you're not going to give me the money. So he goes to the next bank. Same thing. She's like, listen, it's banking policy that you sign the back of the check before I can give you the money. And they went back and forth. And the teller just got so frustrated with him. And she picked up a blow-up baseball bat and just hit him over the head with the baseball bat. And he signed the back of the check. He was so startled. He signed the back of the check and he got his $10,000. And money in hand, he goes back to the first bank and he goes, see, I got my money. And the teller goes, well, I'm pretty sure that you had to sign the back of the check before the teller gave you money. And he goes, yeah, but they didn't they explained it to me a little different than the rest of you. And so I love that story because we have to do first before we can receive. So a lot of times, another story, I had a credit card, a huge credit card bill coming, bigger than I've ever really had. And I didn't have the money to pay for that credit card. And I had, maybe I had $600 in the account, and the credit card, it was thousands. And I didn't know how I was going to get that money. So there's a part of me freaking out, but there's a part of me that was like, how can I work this? Because I know this. I know the universe is abundant. And I had $600 in my account, and I've been a percentage tither. I tithe 10% of my income. And I'm looking at it going, I needed to tithe like $400, and that would leave me with $200, which would not get me anywhere near the amount of money I needed for my credit card bill. But I just decided, no, I'm going to tithe my 10%, and I'm just going to trust that this works. So I tithe my $400. And literally, I believe it was within that evening, I got a message from a friend online saying, what's this dream building stuff you're doing? And I said, well, would you like to find out? And she goes, absolutely. And I had a bunch of calls lined up the next day to see if people wanted to join my program. And I had a couple people blow me off. They just didn't even turn up for the calls. And I'm like, what is going on? And finally, there's two of them. I think one of them blew me off. And I sat down. I'm like, what is going on? And immediately my girlfriend called, who I had done a call with, 6 months prior. And she was like, listen, I'm ready. Let's do this dream builder stuff. Let's go. And literally she signed up. And then I said, okay, I've got to go because I have another call from the other person online that asked me about it the night before, and bam, she signed up. So in in like 24 hours, I had more money than I needed to pay my credit card bill off. And I just want you to know that it was because I gave before I received the money. I gave the money with faith that I would be provided for. So it's having the faith that you live in an abundant universe, and that where you are experiencing lack is maybe where you need to give a little bit. Maybe you've been holding back or afraid or not in faith. And it is to turn into faith with that 100% trust in the universe, unwavering doubt that you live in an abundant universe and that you will always be provided for, and that what is seeking you, right? So when we step forward, I love that, we say, okay, God, if you just give it to me this time, I promise I will believe in you for the rest of my life, right? That's kind of old, but you know what I'm talking about. And it's really to actually step into it. So if you're stepping into your dream, I had a client earlier, and she's about ready to start her own business, and she's having cold feet, and she's like, oh my gosh, like there's so much money coming out. And I'm like, let's talk about the money that's going to be coming in. And she was like, oh, okay. And then we shifted her energy back into the state of abundance, that yes, this is going to work. This is what I love. This is going to be amazing and beautiful. And I literally just before this got a message from her saying that her business partner had been working some other things online and talking and really sort of jetting them forward. And she was so relieved, because that was one of the things. She was afraid her business partner wasn't going to follow through. And then they showed up. So it's so beautiful. And when you are feeling lack, give in the area that you are lacking. If you feel lack of love, give in the area where you feel love. If you are lacking in money, give money. If you are lacking in ideas, give someone else ideas. If you are lacking in help somebody else, right? So give in the area, a little bug, of where you are lacking. So see this week where you can give and where you can step into the abundance of the universe, where you can have faith that you are being provided for. That's your homework for this week, okay? It's summertime. This is beautiful. Okay, we're going to go to Faye in Brooklyn, New York. I love it.
Hi.
I'll give you this card. Hi, Faye. How are ya?
Good. How are you?
I'm fabulous. What can I help you with today?
Well, I'm kind of looking for advice in career. I just feel like I'm so stuck.
Stuck? Okay. Tell me a little bit. What do you do?
Well, I am teaching right now, but not like in school. And I enjoy it, but I feel like it's not where I'm supposed to be.
Okay, so do you mind me asking, like, what kind of a teacher you are?
I teach in technology.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so a little worn out or just ready for something new, not what you love anymore?
I love it, but I feel like I can't explain it. I feel like it's not I feel like it's not my path anymore.
Okay.
I can't explain it.
Do you have an idea of what you would love to be doing?
For some reason lately, I've been feeling like I need to be somewhere in a more creative mindset. So like in the arts.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to do a little reading for you, but as a coach, as a life coach, can I give you some advice there too?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So, well, I am getting that there's a life-changing experience coming for you, and it's going to be a blessing, okay? And God is supporting you. The universe is supporting you every step of the way as you're moving toward this. Have faith that you have faith in this transition that you have coming. Your prayers are being answered. So, do you know what faith is? Like pure trust in the universe that it is providing for you every step of the way, right?
Right.
Does that make sense? Okay.
It makes absolutely perfect sense.
Yeah, good. So just remember that. Remember that everything that is happening is moving you in the direction. And even just the fact that you're having this like little, you're like, I just don't think it's for me anymore. And you're beginning, it's kind of like you're in the discovery phase of maybe the next career or the next change in your life. And to feed it, to, dream about it. What would you like to do? Do you know exactly what you want to do or just kind of in general?
It's weird. Like I've been having thoughts about painting again. I've been having thoughts about just creating. It's like I used to do this many years ago. And then, I just that into everybody else because of saying it's not a career for you.
Yeah.
You know, you have to do something different, and I left it.
So it's time to connect to your heart and do what you would love, right?
Yeah.
So what is also going to happen for you is that I want you to start noticing synchronistic events that are happening, like thinking about a friend and then they call you, or, you know, things like that. I want you to take notice of those and those little miracles that happen. You know, we kind of wait for the big miracle, right? It's like, but miracles happen all day long, right? You know, the red light that just is taking forever, right? Sometimes, why is that happening? Where is that? You know, what time frame am I on? And everything is moving in synchronistic time. So I kind of want you to just be in that flow and allow that to bring you to the people that are going to help you move in the direction that you want to go. And when you become aware of the synchronicity and the miracles that are happening on a daily basis, like the sun shining on your skin, just acknowledge that as a miracle. Acknowledge, you know, love that somebody, you know, a friend says, I love you. And you're like, I love you too. Like really, really take that in. And when you begin to open yourself up and be grateful for all of that on a bigger level, you're going to see more of that. And then what's going to happen is you're going to catch the flow like a river, catch the flow, and it's going to take you to where you want to be. So the synchronicity is going to be important, and really, really watching and being aware every day of miracles. Little ones, like I even, you know, every day I wake up, you know, and I'm in gratitude, and I'm like, gosh, my bed is so comfortable. My pillows are so amazing, you know, and I'm going to have a great cup of coffee. And I'm so blessed that I have food in my belly, and that I have hot and cold running water at my disposal, because there are people that don't. And so when we tap into that gratitude, we tap into the miracles, we tap into the synchronicity, you're going to find that you're just like flooded with more of them. And that what it'll do is it'll speed up the process, and it'll help you really figure out where you're going to meet people that are going to be like, well, I do this, or I'm the head of the art department here. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be like, whoa, and it'll happen so much faster than, you know, and I'm not saying that you are, but a lot of people stay in that, well, I just don't know, and ho-hum kind of, you know, just be in the gratitude, be in the light, be in appreciation, and you're going to see this whole thing happen really fast. And then what I want you to do is be in the discovery phase, and just like I said, open yourself up to whatever is coming next. And then when it hits you, right? So your intuition, here's what's going to happen is your intuition is going to go, oh, this is your next move, or this is the direction, right? Because didn't you have like I've got to go back to art, right? There was like a moment when it kind of happened again, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's a flash. Your intuition is a flash. It's like, yes, you need to do this. And then the ego sets in and goes, well, you're not going to make enough money. Are you going to be able to support yourself? Is this really the direction I want to go? Am I going to, you know, do you know what I mean? So wait for that flash.
Absolutely.
And hold on to that, and then begin to take action steps in the direction. So the universe rewards action. So we can think positive thoughts all day long, but it's not going to actually move you. So when you meet that person in synchronicity, you know, on the train or whatever, when you meet that person, you know, follow through with it. When you, you know, whatever it might come, follow through. The action is what is going to move you in that direction. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. We only have another second, so I'm trying to think. Let me just give you a little bit. Yeah, you're good. And easy does it.
Thank you.
The universe wants you to just be in health, happiness, and abundance, and you'll find your way to wherever you want to go, okay?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Good luck.
Thank you. Take care.
Yes, thanks. You too. Take care. And my name is Rebecca Urich. This is the High Frequency Channel. You are tuning in for transformation. And right after the show, join me live. Actually, give me about 5 minutes at 9:05. I am going to go live with free readings on my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. So give me a couple minutes and join me there for some free readings. And that would be 6:05 West Coast time. And love to have you there. You are fabulous. Have a beautiful day. Namaste.
Hello, everyone. This is Fiona, here's the Medium I Am Power, and you are guys listening to Avid Advice Show. And I have my sister, beautiful sister, Psychic Bella Love in the studio as well. Hello, Bella. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good, Fiona. How are you?
I'm doing actually very good. I'm better say doing fantastic because it was a very crazy weekend, and a lot to do, a lot of clients, Tornado Mar office, in Abbott. So basically, I don't even know how to handle. It's kind of too much, but it sounds like I can't really see more than 3 or 4 people at the office, and then for the hypno, and then my clients calling me almost 24 hours and 7 days from everywhere. So I have to actually answer them too. Because basically, when I'm working with someone, do the hypno and all this stuff, basically, I can take Avid and I can take a chat. So it sounds like that everybody was like, where are you, Fiona? Why you did not answer my chat? Where are you, Fiona? Why you're not answering my call? Because normally I do. So I just explained that, well, sweetheart, it just was in the hypno session. Well, I will come back about 3 hours. So it was cool. But thank God, I'm super happy. We got a lot of new awesome customers, and I'm Avid Advice, and I'm super happy with Avid Advice, and I'm very happy I heard about a couple nice advisors being already approved or passed test. So hopefully we will have more advisors that already been approved by Avid. So I don't know when, but it will be soon.
That's awesome. And a huge congratulations to them, because I had to go through the test. They are not easy.
Mm-hmm.
So, they must be amazing if they could pass that.
I know, but they just passed the interview and the test as a, psychic test for almost half an hour. But the real test, which is they had to write, is still on. So basically, they had another step to come to Abbott. So hopefully they will pass that, because that one is a little bit harder than the first one.
Oh, yes. No, they really make sure, you're not a criminal, you're really psychic, you know what you're talking about.
Yes,
so
exactly.
I was kind of in a
everybody. My name is Ian Mason, and welcome to the Sensing Spirituality Show, brought to you in association with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, where with love we welcome you. Now, I hope you've all had a happy week and you're having a happy Tuesday. The weather's a little bit cooler here in the UK, and that's a little more pleasant, I can tell you. So, this evening, I'd like just to open up with that my intention for next week, but I need you all to buy into this, is that I'd like to offer up a US Good evening, everybody. My name is Ian Mason, and welcome to the Sensing Spirituality Show, brought to you in association with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, where with love we welcome you. Now, I hope you've all had a happy week and you're having a happy Tuesday. The weather's a little bit cooler here in the UK, and that's a little more pleasant, I can tell you. So, this evening, I'd like just to open up with that my intention for next week, but I need you all to buy into this, is that I'd like to offer up a US Forces special show. So I'm looking for anybody in connection with the Forces that's ever served the US Forces to be prepared to dial into the show and be open for a reading. Maybe they've got a need for it, maybe they're just curious, but it's something that I would like to dedicate back to the US for the opportunity that it's given for me to be able to broadcast this show. So love with love, that's how I'd like to look at it. So please, please, please pass that around, send the message, pass it around on social media, and let's get that thing going. Meanwhile, back to tonight. Now, I've had an interesting week, actually, and you know what? Sometimes we feel that we might be, on some level, maybe evolved as spiritual people. And then I realise that there are occasions where I'm a bit of a silly Billy. At least that's the words I'm allowed to say on the radio. And you put your foot in it, basically. What can you do? Drop the ball, call it what you will. So I go down to the shops today, right? I buy these new glasses. It's all good. And then things don't go quite right, and I get myself into a little bit of a stressy state, and then I find I react in my usual panicky way. Now, do you know what? It doesn't really matter. Whatever the situation is, whether it's a situation with a loved one or a relationship at work, you don't realise until you're in the thick of it, in free flow, that you've actually not held your spiritual guru space, you've dropped into your silly Billy space. So things went a bit wonky, and I panicked. And it brought some memories back for me that when you grow up with, or you are surrounded by people that are quite strong personalities, not bullies, I'm not talking about those nasty bullies, but people that are just have quite strong personalities, sometimes they can be a little bit overbearing. Now, even if you've left them behind in your past, sometimes you still feel the ripple effects of all of that. And it's a really funny feeling because it catches you on the blind side. And everyone tells you to let go and move on. Well, sometimes it just ain't that easy, because in our human experience, you know what? We forget. We focus on the issues, the panic, the reactions that we're having, and we don't give ourselves that opportunity to get lost in the experience. Now, what are you talking about, you crazed bull lunatic, I hear you say. And what I'm saying is in that flat, we just switch off. We're on autopilot. We keep going and going and going with this effective self-harm. We beat ourselves up. That's what we do. But if you allow yourself to get lost in the experience, if you just take a breath and go, okay, I'm here. I was a silly Billy. I did do that. But if you allow yourself to be with the situation and just say, I need to look at this from a different way because I don't feel good right now. My stomach's in a knot, my head's spinning. The only way you're going to do that is to give yourself a little bit of distance, because when you focus on the problem that you've got, the challenge, whatever it is, it drags you further and further into it. It's like a magnet. And then we kind of get pulled into this thing that we then say we can't get out of. So this hashtag let go thing, you know, it isn't always easy, but if we can create that little bit of space and just get lost in the experience, when we don't have anything to cling to, that would be our panic. All we've got is what we are literally experiencing. So we have no choice, in a way, to let the experience pass through us. And they come through us just like the sea lapping at the shore. And we feel that it resonates in us. We're aware of the panic, we're aware of the hysteria, but more importantly, because we can see it, we can separate ourselves from it. And in separating ourselves from it, we can just take that time to gather ourselves and choose a different reaction, not react the same way and not be a silly Billy. And what I realized today was that some of this stuff went back to my childhood and I had to put my hands up to that. And in other ways, I had that opportunity when I created that space to say, Ian, it's going to be okay. These people are going to help you sort your specs out. You're going to get it resolved. Just see yourself walking out of that shop with a big smile on your face with everything resolved. And you know what? I felt every emotion known to mankind, I reckon. It was a real old roller coaster, but I survived. I got through it. Now, you can apply that to any situation in your life. And I'm not suggesting that life is all rosy tainted or rose tinted even. But what I am saying to you is that you will always survive and move on. So just don't get stuck in that moment. So I really hope that resonates with you all. And I share that with love. And I just wanted to be really, really honest that with all the work that I do, and I do a lot of work on myself daily, I dropped the ball. And I did today. And you know what? I hope in some ways that's just a little tool that can help you just get through each moment when each situation comes up. Because you see, when you're lost in the experience, you've got no barriers up to anything. So the experiences pass through you and they go on their own because they don't feel good and you let them go by default. And I reckon that's worth sharing with you. Now, I know we have Ivona, if I've said that correctly, on the line. And we're going to welcome even Ivona to the show. So welcome, Ivona. How are you, my lovely, this evening?
Hello.
Hello, Ivona. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Fantastic. That's what we like to hear.
I wanted to reach out to you is because I have just had some concerns about my relationship with this person I've just been getting to know over the past few months. And he seems to go back and forth with me and just doesn't seem unsure about our connection, but he seems to care for me, you know, and we have a great time together. His name is Dan.
Okay. Okay. Well, should we just start off, Ivona, with first of all, have I got your name right?
Yeah, it's Ivona.
Ivona. Okay, perfect. I don't want to offend you. So most important, my darling. Well, look, excuse me. Let's sense what's around you, and feel that situation first, and see where we go from there. Is that all right with you?
I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. I guess so.
Perfect. Now that's all good. That's what we like. Now, if what I'm feeling is correct, what I want to say to you is, okay, I just want to see where I'm going with this. Right. Okay. All right. Now, would you understand, or would it make sense for you that in the past you've had people that haven't either been completely straight with you on a relationship level, or been, what I want to say, and I don't mean honest in a negative way, but been straightforward with letting you know where you stand?
Sure. Yeah, that's been an issue.
Yeah.
With people in general, but with him as well.
Yes. Okay. And would you understand that in the last 3 years in your life with relationships, this has become almost more of an awareness for you than it was before?
Yeah, of course. Sure.
Okay.
That's why I was hoping for something different.
Yeah. No. Okay. Because that's just what I can feel and sense around you. Now, I'm
right
also getting. Okay. Perfect. That's good, because we want to help you. You see. Now, would you understand? What I want to say is a mother figure in spirit for you. So I need to either go mum or grandmother with this. It feels more grandmothery for me. And I want to acknowledge a shorter lady that would be a little fuller in figure for you, that comes forward.
Pass on?
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure who you're referencing to.
Okay, do you understand a figure, like a mother figure for you that would have passed and be in spirit, that feels to me like she's mum's mum and would be a shorter lady, and she's got a nice shape to her, some curves?
No, I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, you don't understand her?
I don't know who you're referencing to, and it's not necessarily what I was wanting to talk about. So I don't know who you're talking to or
No,
who that person is. No.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, look, we'll leave that there. It's just I just need to let you know that I've got that connection for you, who's just trying to come through and give you a link in there. But okay, all right. Well,
What did they want to say? I don't understand.
That's all right. Have you had a mediumistic? That's all right. Have you had a reading with a medium before?
Well, I wasn't trying to have a medium reading.
Okay, then we won't do that. That's all right. Okay, so we'll sense what's around you then. Okay. Right.
I wanted more specifically to know about this one particular person.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Now, do you understand at the moment with him that he's back and forth and he's a little bit unsettled in himself?
Well, I don't know, because he tells me what it is that he wants and how he feels. But sometimes I wonder if he's just not being authentic with me or himself.
Okay. Do you understand him going back and forth with that, though? So although he's communicating it to you, it's not that he's actually kind of carrying it forward or giving it the momentum that you would like, so it becomes one thing or the other.
I see.
Does that resonate for you?
Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Because I just get this funny feeling that life is very much up and down for him, and there's a lot more going on in the background, and that's not to worry you. That's just the ups and downs of life. And he's not quite in a position to be able to come forward for you and give you everything you want. And it actually feels as much in time communicating, because this relationship feels to me like it's picked up speed in the last couple of months, but it's almost not quite got the momentum that you would like. Would you understand that?
Yeah, sure. I just wonder, essentially, if all is lost, or if I should move on, or if it's.
Well, what I feel with it. Okay, the feeling that I get is a bit like square pegs in round holes, and I feel at the moment that he needs a little bit of room to manoeuvre. So you almost, not to give him space, but need to kind of either roll with him or be in quite a compassionate sort of situation with him. That's what I'm feeling, and being able to sort of let him know that you're there, and you are there to sort of work with him and support him. Now, what I want to say to you is that's all very well and good, but you must be aware of the boundaries that you draw for yourself in terms of things going on, because you must make it very, very clear about what you see or need from him, so that he understands what the deal is, basically. Because I just feel that he's in need of that support from you, and that's where you'll build the bond with him, because he feels a little bit out of sorts, almost a little bit off balance. I don't want to say vulnerable, because it doesn't feel like that, but it just feels like he's almost juggling a lot and got a lot on his plate, and actually he's not communicating that terribly well. And I can just see that the conversations are more snatched moments than they are longer conversations. And that's where I feel for you, you're having difficulty sort of building the connection, because you can't get that time, and he's a little distracted, for want of a choice of words. And that's what I feel about that. Does that sort of resonate for you?
Yeah, it does. So you think that he wants me to do something about this, or
Yeah,
just to be present?
Yeah, no, what I feel, Ivana, is that he very much is a guy that almost needs to be settled and comfortable in his space. He takes time to settle. He needs that support there. And if sometimes it's difficult because we feel that we give more than we receive. Not that you give to get, but obviously this is a relationship. So it needs to, it needs to relate.
It makes it
and that's
difficult for me to even be present sometimes because it feels still like I'm giving. I don't want to perpetuate the feeling of imbalance, even though I know he doesn't want to either. So.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I've just got this sense of him in a bit of a sort of like a higgledy-piggledy time and just needing that support right now. And I do feel that will settle down. I just feel he's got a tricky couple of months around him. And
sure.
it's
I
very
know
much...
what's going on with him that causes all that, too. So I'm not completely in the dark or disconnected.
No.
But I struggle with the idea of what is the right thing to do aside from being compassionate. Like I don't want to feel like I'm losing an opportunity or not being true to myself even. And so I kind of wonder what to expect, and that's the silly part of me that wanted to talk to you about that today is like, what can I expect from the situation given that I'm willing to be there and hold space for a person while they go through all this stuff.
Okay. Well, at the end of the day, you make an investment in a relationship, which we're all old enough and wise enough to understand. But what I want to say to you is that it's really, really important, though, that you have some communication and some time back for yourself. So it's really important that you communicate to him that, that's fine and I'm here. But at the same time, it needs to kind of come back from you as well. So we relate to one another. And, you pass that very clear message that you get that as well. And if you are still unsure, if you go through over these next couple of months as you understand what that is, then what I would say to you is you just need to sit quietly after each conversation and listen to your heart. Just try and tune into your heart and see what your heart's communicating to you. Understand where those feelings are, whether that resonates in your body, okay? And then ask yourself those questions about, am I happy to sit with this? And that's what I would say, not your head. Listen to your heart and go with your heart. So I really, really, really hope that helps you. And I wish you the very, very best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so good luck. And thank you for calling in, Ivona. And we now have Michelle in Queensland, Australia. Good evening, Michelle. How are you, my darling?
Hello. Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, actually. I'm going to scratch my nose. I've got a very itchy nose. Excuse me. Oh, dear me.
You can hear me all right?
I can hear you beautifully. How is it that I may be able to help you this evening?
Well, my question is about whether you can see anything in my path change-wise, particularly about moving to a different city or even country and career. Any changes coming up?
Okay. All right. Let me just look in. Let's just look into you. It won't hurt. Just a little joke there. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Do you understand that if I say to you that you're a little bit out of sync at the moment in terms of having a plan of what you want to do? So you've got lots of ideas that are going on for you, but almost either nothing firmed up as either an intention that you are aiming for, and it being more of like a wish for change rather than a plan for change.
Perhaps. I think that you're right, definitely the first part, where there's lots of ideas and there's no firm decision.
No, okay.
I'm
because
usually good at decisions.
Yeah, but I want to say to you as well that I feel that the way that you operate or function with your work is, how can I put this? It is almost that whatever you set your mind to, you can achieve, and you're quite in demand for what you do. So if you put your CV out there for a job or you applied for something, pretty much you always get on the list for a conversation or an interview. Would that be right?
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah, because
I think really I work for myself.
Yeah, but I just feel that you can make anything you want to happen. Okay, if you set your mind to it and you set that intention for yourself, which is why what I'm seeing around you is, it's like I can see the chaos of your life, and I mean that in a really loving way, because I just see that there's lots of opportunity around you, but you've really got to decide what you want. Now, actually, what I can see for you, yeah, good, because what I can see for you, would you understand why Paris could be an option for you, or connections with Paris?
Yeah, look, I would understand almost any country would be an option for me. That's why this is such a hard decision. Can't you decide for me?
Not exactly, but I can share with you. I can share with you what I can see, my lovely. But I actually am seeing the words Paris, and I can see the Eiffel Tower. So there must be some connection with either what you're thinking or a direction that you want to go in, or the industry that you work in, that would have links, associations, or a good connection with Paris for.
Yes, there is some.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, because that comes up quite
also
strongly
the
for
Caribbean.
me. Okay, but the Paris
How
thing
do you
is very
feel
strong.
about that?
Okay, give me one moment. Now, what I'll say to you is with the Paris thing, I do feel that there are opportunities or discussions to be had with that, but they are not until later in the year. And I feel they're more around the September time, because I feel quite autumny, or fall as some people call it, with that, when those discussions start to come forward. With the Caribbean, as you've brought that to me, what I'm seeing is that could almost be something that you could do tomorrow. So if you really wanted to hop on the plane and go, you could do. So I very much feel that it's almost too easy for you, but it's more of a short-term solution. And the questions that you've got in your mind is, do I want that upheaval for the short term, where I might like something more in the medium term that gives me some stability? Because I don't really want to keep hopping here and there, because I'm seeing that you've moved around quite a lot sometimes. You know, you might have done 2 or 3 months here, 2 or 3 months there. And you know, it's about you getting your roots down somewhere and not having to move about as much. Would that make sense for you?
Sort of, yes.
Okay, all right.
I think I've lived in the same place for a very long time, but I've traveled a lot with my career.
Yes, I can see that. But it's very much about you aren't really somebody to stay put in one place on like a home level. So there is the adventure side and the new experiences that drives you. And I don't feel that the Caribbean would be a new or as new experience as Paris would be for you, because it feels very much that there is either more opportunity, or it's a little bit more, I don't want to say professional, but it almost feels a little bit more polished with the French connection there. And I very much feel that you are about to take what you do to the next level, because you need to either better yourself in some way, or really, really let yourself loose on the world and show the world what you can do. And I feel that you need a slightly more elevated forum to do that, rather than perhaps, and there's nothing wrong with the Caribbean, but that being almost too easy for you, but not yielding you the opportunity for you to project yourself as your heart desires. So I want to say to you very much that it's important that you focus on where you feel your vision of what you see for yourself, and what you literally feel is next for you, to use that as the compass to guide you to where you need to be. And my feeling actually with the Caribbean is that feels like I've been there, done that. It doesn't feel that that environment would bring anything new for you. And I feel that you need to take next steps for you to evolve you. But I do feel that there will be a Paris connection, or conversations in connection with Paris coming up. So do watch out for those. And, you know, I really, really hope that resonates with you. Is there anything else around that you would like to ask?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all very interesting. I think
okay, and I just want to say to you, does the letter F have significance for a name around work for you as well?
The letter F, did you say?
Yeah, F for Freddie or F for Faith. I just feel that there's a connection with an F, and this feels significant for me, and I need to give you that.
There's a Fred. There's Fred in Paris.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Amazing.
So,
okay.
you know what?
I haven't thought of Paris. I've thought of Melbourne. I've thought of Caribbean. I've even thought of America. But Paris I didn't think of. And I did really recently, in the last few days, get an email from someone I know in my industry in Paris called Fred.
There we go. So I feel that you've got a little journey or a little exploration there to do. So you go, and we use a word. You're gonna smash it. You know, I know that you excel at whatever you do. In the UK, we say you're going to smash it, and I know that. But I do feel that you almost need to come a little bit out of your comfort zone and just go for it. So with all the love and best wishes I have for you, go do your thing.
Thank you very much. You too.
You're welcome. You take care now. Lots of love. Bye.
Thanks.
Bye. Bye-bye. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it funny how it works when we look what we call introspectively into people's lives and what goes on for them and just intuitively what comes. And I can only encourage you from that last reading particularly just to be very open and to live your life like that. And going back to how I opened the show with, go through each moment like that. It's never too late. As soon as you become aware you are being a silly Billy, as I was earlier, just go, okay, I choose not to be a silly Billy. Now, what do I feel about this? Because intuitively there, that link that we had in that last reading, that came, and that actually gave our last caller the answers that she wanted. So, you know, go in peace, go enjoy, go in love. It's really important. Enjoy the experiences that you've got. And there's a lovely saying that says, thanks for everything, I have no complaints whatsoever. Live your life like that. I really hope that helps you. Please share the Special Forces option for next week so we can make that happen, and have a fantastic week ahead and stay safe. With lots of love, I leave you this evening. God bless. Goodbye. Thank you for watching.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hi, cats and kittens. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic, just like it says in your screens. And I've had a great day. How have you guys? Happy summer. I hope your summer is going great. I had a day just doing what us psychics do, you know, sitting around, seeing the unseen, knowing the unknowable, having a donut, usual. And I hope you are on vacation. I hope you're having a great, summer. It's a very special night tonight for all of us. There's a super black moon, which sounds kind of cool. You've heard of blue moons. That's when there are 2 full moons in 1 month. A black moon is when there are 2 new moons. You know, when the moon, we can't see the moon in 1 month. It's very unusual. And a super moon, super duper moon, is when the moon is very close to the Earth in its orbit. So it's a super black moon. And let me tell you what a super black moon means in your life. It means new moons are always a great time to begin something new, to set fresh intentions. So, especially right now, because Mercury is leaving retrograde, where it's been for the last month. So if you've had like text messages that aren't going through, or even worse, going through the wrong people. Or you've had transportation difficulties. That ends now for the next few months. But the super new moon, super black new moon, is terrific for setting intentions. So at 11:11 p.m. tonight, when the new moon really starts, is just to make a couple of strong intentions tonight. Like I'm starting a new diet, so I'll let you know how that goes. It's a good time to quit smoking. It's a good time to change the way you communicate with people or make a strong intention about how you do that. If you want to learn to communicate better or you want to be heard more, it's a good time to do that. And so set your alarm clock for around 11:11. And when it goes off, take the next 15 minutes or so and just kind of take a deep breath and say out loud, "Hello, universe. I am making a strong intention to eat better, stop smoking, or have better communication with people at work, or receive a lot of money." So, and let me know how that goes, okay? Now, as we do every week, we're going to do the psychic weather forecast using really seriously randomly selected tarot cards, which I have right here. We can do 3. Okay, the first one. Oh, this is a good time to, for instance, present a new idea to your boss. Or if you're a freelancer, it's a really good time. Let me put this over here. Ta-da! It's a really good time to it's a time when you can present something to authority, as the guy in the card is doing. Oh, we've got Sunshine in Boston, Massachusetts. So hi, Sunshine. This is going to be 2 more cards. Thanks for your patience. I love Boston.
All right, no worries. Thank you.
Hi, thanks, love. One of my great idols, Amanda Palmer, is a Boston girl. So anyway, if you get a chance to see Amanda's new show or buy her record, There Will Be No Intermission. Highly recommend it. So it's a great time to take new projects to authority. Or if you're an artist looking for a gallery or anything like that, great time to do it. This week also, you might receive news of, this is sometimes a pregnancy card, or you might be in line for a raise. This is the Page of Pentacles. The other thing this can mean is a child around you who's very grounded. He might be also earth sign, Virgo, or she, or them, Virgo, Capricorn, or Taurus. So this child might be pulling your focus in a good way, but it's always anything to do with pentacles always is sort of lucky and usually presages something really good. Oh, and the last card, this is a perfect super black full new moon card. And the Fool card, he's about to start a new project. It does look as though he's about to step off a cliff, but that's actually a metaphor. It's always a step up and the beginning of a new journey in your life, whatever that means to you. Starting a new project, it's a perfect time for it. And this card supports that. So as the German poet and philosopher Goethe once said, whatever you can do or dream you can do, begin it. Boldness has genius and power and magic within it. Cool. Okay, now we're on to Sunshine. Sunshine on my shoulders. Okay, maybe not my shoulders. Beautiful name. Life-giving and bright and just very cheery. And I'd like to ask before we start, you're welcome. Before we start, I like to ask people to just tell me their birthday because it's a way of connecting to you. So what day is your birthday, my love?
Sure. January 14th.
Oh, cool. Capricorns. Awesome. We love Capricorns right here. Yeah. Okay. Did you want a specific question or would you like me to do like a deep dive? Well,
I was kind of generally wondering about my future. There's been a lot of confusion as next steps, where to go. Anything at all that you think would be helpful in my journey.
Okay, great. Well, you sound quite young. So did you just get out of college, or is that?
No, I haven't been back to school yet. I've been trying to figure out what I want to do in life. I have a young daughter, so just trying to figure it all out.
Oh, congratulations. Well, the first thing I'm getting from my, if you don't mind me using the word guides, from my guides, is that A, you're really smart, and B,
thank you.
Going back to any kind of school, although it may seem impossible, but I was just talking to a friend of mine named Emily Carding, who went back to school after she had her beautiful daughter. And she went to theater school in England. And now she's got a really successful show coming up at the Edinburgh Fringe. So when I say, like, I think you should go back to school, I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying it because you have an interesting mix of both creative energy and I think this comes in handy with a kid, the ability to sort of manage tasks well. You might not have had it before, but you have it now. So let me see what the cards say. Yeah, what the cards say, it looks like you're doing some sort of job that you don't, I hope your boss isn't listening, that you don't really like that much. Or I got the work card upside down. So that says to me that you're really feeling the need to go bigger in your life. And and is your daughter, I got the Page of Swords for your daughter. So is she a Libra, Gemini, or an Aquarius? Just say yes, I'll give you $20. No kidding. Okay, there goes that $20. When is her birthday, just out of curiosity?
No worries. She was born May 9th.
Oh, good. Okay.
May 9th.
In that case, the Page of Swords probably indicates that she's very quick and she might like technology. Does she? And she might like.
She loves watching TV.
Yeah, she really does. But there's a reason for that. She's actually very creative. And if you find her singing or dancing, stop her immediately and make her become an accountant. But no, kidding. But I think she has. But she's a very sunny child, speaking of sunshine.
She sure is.
Yeah. I mean, she's the kind of kid that I don't know how you walk down a street with all the people coming up to you and going, "Oh, she's so radiant and gorgeous and adorable," and you probably have to get sunglasses on.
Overwhelming amount of attention.
Overwhelming. I think she's got some Leo in her chart, so that would make sense. So anyway, back to you. It does look like I do feel that you have a strong creative streak. Am I right about that? And by creative, I don't necessarily just mean yeah. Good.
I love art. I love music. Singing is my passion. That's what I would love to do with my life to heal the world. Is sing.
Well, I'm not going to say you can't. I mean, 20 years ago, when I was
Hello everyone, this is me, Fiona, Vision Medium, your subconscious mind surgeon, and I'm sitting in the car. I'm not driving, I promise. So, and I'm in the passenger side, but my producer wanted me to do the show no matter what. That means discipline, and I love discipline. And that means that you can't just say I can't. you have to. And I know you guys actually looking forward to see and talk to me and communicate with me on the phone, because my rate is $35 per minute. And you guys just not really feeling good to pay that, some of you guys, and that's why the radio shows and A1R is always actually helping you guys to connect with me, to communicate with me then. But I have a good news. Now Added Advice platform offering free minutes to just talk to Virginie. So, and 5 minutes for